Dear friends, welcome to the 2022 Week of Solidarity. We, volunteers of the international project Creative Society, are happy to greet you. Today, we will share with you very important information that will determine the outcome of our lives in the whole world. Please share this broadcast with your social media network now. Use hashtag Creative Society and invite friends to watch along. The Project Creative Society is a project of all mankind. And today, we will share how and why we are getting ready for the International Planetary Forum that will take place on May 7th, 2022. Global crisis. We are people. We want to live. And now, let's learn more about the current format of the society we live in, the consumer format.
Приветствуем всех и благодарим за то, что присоединились к нашей трансляции.
Greetings everyone, and thank you for joining our broadcast. Because you're with us today, since you're with us today, it means that you too are one of those thinking, understanding people who are the right questions and seek answers beyond what is imposed on us. You work, create, and try to do everything possible to make your life and the life of your loved ones stable, safe, secure, develop, and have prospects for the future. And just like millions of people in this world, you're well aware that despite all your efforts, your goal cannot be achieved right now because too many circumstances are dictated by society into fear. They bring danger and instability in your life. And this applies to a citizen of any country without exception. Surely you, as well as millions of participants of the Creative Society project, have asked yourself the question, what is the reason? What prevents you from achieving your goal to live safely, securely, progressively, and not being afraid of tomorrow? The reason is the current and generally accepted in the world today, the consumerist format of society. It is a format that is based on using each other and our planet for profit. This format of social organization is catastrophic for the future of humanity as a whole and for any person individually. We see this in practice and everyone is experiencing it. Since this consumerist format is based on inhumanity in which man himself has already become a commodity, on lie, on manipulation, and this format of consumerist format is based on the absurdity of the decisions and actions that in fact lead to the destruction of human life and our common home. Indeed, the blatant absurdity of this format is that the technologies that could make our lives secure and safe already exist, but they are not applied. And these technologies are not applied because it is not beneficial to someone. In the consumerist format of society, man is very vulnerable. This format of society has brought us to a dead end from which neither politicians, no political scientists, no economists see any way out. I mean, those on whom we have shifted the responsibility for our lives. All of the forms of and particle that we know today have shown themselves to be unsustainable. Today, everybody is also looking for a way out and they're looking for a super idea. And this super idea is the format of the Creative Society, which is based on the 8 foundations of the Creative Society. This way of interaction between people, organizations, and society as a whole, which guarantees each person what everyone is looking for. The value of life, freedom, security, prosperity, a peaceful society, the absence of violence and fear, self-development, and the direct participation of each individual in the governance of society. For the first time in the history of humankind, thanks to the development of communication technologies, a new format is being built today, the creative society. The building of the creative society consists of three stages. One is unification of humankind for the building of the creative society. We call it the information phase. The second is political stage, and the third, world referendum. Today, the first stage of building the creative society is being actively implemented. The condition for its successful completion is the participation of the entire population of the planet in the process of building a new format of the society, of the creative society, since the implementation of this talk requires the united potential of humanity. Today, each of us understands the need for this transition, since the level of aggravation and intensity of the problems in modern society is off the scale. We are experiencing the results of geopolitical and economic crisis. Against the backdrop of the pandemic, it has become clear that the world, connected as a whole, and everything that happens in one country will inevitably affects the country. So we need to act with a united front. In the midst of all existing crises, humanity is hiding a major risk and crisis. It's climate collapse. A lot of lies are being told on the screen and in the press about why the climate is changing. We are sure that the cause is human activity and emission of CO2. Another word is said about the cause being cyclical and that we cannot avoid it. While the climate is taking more and more of our lives every day, destroying towns and our homes, there is no adequate information for people about what is happening to the climate. Why the frequency and strength of earthquakes and volcanoes is increasing, why there are such drastic temperature changes, where water goes from some areas while other areas are flooded. There is not a single safe place on this planet today. We are not safe. And in the consumerist format of society, no one will save us. Therefore, more than ever before, humanity is faced with the urgent need to build the creative society. This will allow us to gain access to scientific developments and technologies that we can apply in advance to prepare conditions for ensuring the survival of people during forced migration, a warning and life-saving system. This is the primary risk facing humanity, and something that must be addressed immediately. Building the creative society is our only way out. Creative society is beneficial and promising for every individual. Your decision right now to join in building the creative society is important for a future and the future of all humanity. Right now, go to the creativesociety.com website, click the red button to join and be a hero who changes history. Share this important broadcast on social media right now. Use hashtag Creative Society as well as like and comment. Thank you very much, and we give the floor to next speaker.
On December 4th, 2021, volunteers from over 100 countries hosted a historic conference, Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. It was simultaneously translated to 100 languages and lasted for 12 hours of non-stop broadcast on thousands of online platforms. During this conference, we have honestly looked at what is happening around the globe and faced this dreadful truth about the consumer society format we live in today. If you're still not sure who or what is our main enemy and what is going on in the world, let's watch this quick 2-minute video first, just to get an idea of what can happen in just 1 month. An example here is December of 2021.
Friends, everything we have just seen happened within 1 month of December 2021. Isn't it crazy what is happening around the planet, and none of us would ever want to experience anything like that? But these are the people around the planet that are already experiencing it. And with the progression, we see that our society has no chance to survive these cataclysms if we stay separated like we are today in the current format of living. And that is why today people around the world uniting, volunteering to build a creative society, a really safe society where human life is the highest value. And this is why the modern heroes of today spending nights and days, sleepless and dedicated, preparing the forum, Global Crisis, We Are People and We Want to Live. They do it to inform people about the real state of affairs in every sphere of modern society. And what is important, they give really truthful and comprehensive information about the climate change, about growing number and severity of the extreme climatic events, and the very true cause of it. And therefore, specialists and scientists are being interviewed all over the world, and this priceless information is being gathered to present it to you. This is something very unique, truly unique, that our society has not seen before, because creative society volunteers are not driven by some short-term financial or political interests. We are not like that. We're not like other organizations. Our motivation is the desire to build humane society around the world in which human life is valued and in which everyone has a chance and opportunity and guaranteed to thrive in safety and confidence in future. Now, I would like to pass the floor to our next speaker from Czech Republic, participant and volunteer of the Creative Society project. Dusan, please, the floor is yours.
Dobrý den, přátelé. Dobrý den. V současné chvíli se lidstvo nachází v destruktivním spotřebitelském formátu, kterému vládne moc a peníze.
Hello friends, at the moment humanity is in a destructive consumeristic format, ruled by power and money, and we look around, we see that someone is constantly fighting with someone, but it is on the political, financial or human level. These artificial squabbles are used by collaborationists to distract our attention from the fundamental problem we are faced right now as a humanity. That problem is undeclared war, and the aggressor is the climate. This enemy of the human race has no conscience. It doesn't care if someone is poor or rich. It doesn't care about anyone. It kills everyone and takes no prisoners. Through the media, we are constantly told that we have nothing to fear, that everything is under control, etc. But this is a huge lie. Every day, natural disasters take thousands of lives, and the power of the enemy is constantly increasing. And we just silently listen from high podiums that it is all the fault of man-made factors and CO2. We spend huge amount of money out of our pockets and spending on imaginary enemy while the real enemy prepares for devastating attack. Have we lost the last vestiges of reason? Do we not care what happens to us and our children? We cannot sit idly while this enemy occupies our territory and destroys everything on its path. We must resist in building defenses that will ensure our survival. However, this is possible only in the conditions of a creative society. For me personally, Creative Society project have become a life priority and has completely changed my life. The urgency of solving current crisis and the decline of humanity has made me realize that I must direct all of my attention, strength and love to reviving human qualities and awakening people from this consumeristic format. This is why I'm involved in this project. And like others, I'm its sponsor. Now we must take all the responsibility so that at least something is left for us. If we want to preserve our common home, we must consolidate all of humanity's scientific potential. We need to move from a consumeristic to a creative format and create an effective defense that will ensure the survival of our civilization. We must all take an active part in building a creative society, which is the only way out for humanity. Human life must be always in the first place, otherwise we as a humanity have failed, and accordingly the result is inevitable. But we are human beings. We want to live. So let's build together a world that we would be not ashamed to leave to our descendants, where love and friendship go hand in hand, with courage and honesty. A world where we are one big family, helping each other. Let us build a creative society, which is not only the key to the survival of humankind, but also provides unlimited possibilities for the development of our civilization. The future is in our hands, friends. Now it is up to each of us to determine it, how it will be. I give the floor to Jason.
I would like to ask our technical team to unmute Jason.
Thank you, friends, for your patience there. The speakers so far, Dusan, Tali, Olga, Alina, and our other host, Olga, have highlighted messages we have been discussing with all of you for the last 2 years. Now, right here in front of me, I have a nice speech for you all. Year after year, moment by moment, all of us, to include you, our viewers, our friends, our participants, have improved. And in that duration of this time, since the last conference, we have also seen what the climate has done. We have also seen the actions of people around the world. However, as a team of participants from 180 countries made up of normal people like you and I, we have worked diligently to prepare for this next forum. We are people. We want to live. I'm going to highlight for you just a few actions that I myself have taken to give you the imagery needed so that just maybe, you can get off the couch and take action yourself. This is teamwork. I do voiceovers for many of the programs, and to many it may seem just like reading a narration, but it's not. The primary focus of the voiceovers is to deliver the energy needed to breathe life into those very words presented before me. But do you really think it's done alone? Do you really think that it's just one person doing it? Or that I have nothing else to do? The thing about preparing to do these voiceovers, the typical process that is required for any of the projects you may see, not just the voiceovers, is someone must write the script, someone must proofread the script, edit the script, and if there's a film, someone must compile that film, and then the voice is added after the audio's been checked. So I hope this imagery here for you shows you that it's teamwork, that it requires the effort of all people, and so too does our survival against the enemy, climate. But what does this have to do with creative society? What does any of this have to do with creative society? Well, as the speakers before me have highlighted, and I will say their names again for you, Dusan, Tali, Olga, Alina, and Olga, our host, have shared with you exactly what the creative society is about, what the 8 foundations is about, what the importance of unity is about, what this format of our society is right now. And we can use so many words to describe it, but look around, just seriously look around. No amount of verbs is going to replace you actually opening your eyes and looking around you. This is insanity. To purchase things or to ignore that the problem isn't outside our window, that people aren't dying, like it's insane. and it's time to seriously wake up from that insanity. Because deep down inside, each person here, each person that will watch this, whether you do or not, every single one of us has someone we love. That's why the Creative Society is important. It offers that future for not only our loved ones, our friends, our family, but ourselves too. Right now, let's give you some verbs. No one has equity in this society. It is a dog-eat-dog world. But in the Creative Society, we will use our potential to direct not only science, not only information, not only media, but each person's individual actions will be directed at the betterment of mankind. Is that simple enough for you? That's the benefit. Right now, people are invested into take money from you, or how they can get you to consume more, or how they can get you to purchase something, or how they can get the money out of your pocket. And year after year, here's a real example for you. A new vehicle is made every year, but what's changed with that vehicle? Nothing. And in the Creative Society, that will be different. But in order to do that, we must place the human life at the pillar, at the center of every person's action. But we can't do that just by the people speaking here today. It has to be each person's actions. Every single person is important today. I have highlighted the importance of working together just by giving a little example of projects and a little bit of examples of what consumerism is. But it doesn't replace your own personal experience. No amount of words I can use will replace your personal experience. Just take the step and look around you. Other projects that you may not see that take place and that many people disagree with us. Friends, literary research is a rigorous process. And many people here may not have the title of scientist, and some do. But the participants of this project spend more than 30 hours of their time each week conducting research into the cycles, conducting research into climate, conducting research into CO2, conducting research into the history of how we got here in the first place, just to coherently present you with that information. That takes teamwork. Just like the Creative Society project, these are real examples mankind can use to unite and take action. They're really simple. Again, what can I say to each person to show the importance of the Creative Society project and why it's our only option? Literally 6,000 years has happened in a blink of an eye. Here's the real importance of Creative Society. Instead of painting a mural on the wall, that's our history, and then pretending that didn't happen and repainting it, the Creative Society actually provides the opportunity to envision a future and create that future that we can't even imagine right now in this consumerist format, because we have no real-world example for what mankind can do when all 8 billion people unite. That's the reality of it. The importance of the Creative Society project is that it is a way forward and the only way forward. It's not a governmental system. It's not some philosophy. It is something entirely new. So maybe by going to the project creativesociety.com and taking your own personal experience in reading the 8 foundations, maybe then a person will really see that this is something new and how important it is. That no person, when people bring forth their actions that aren't selfish, everything is possible. The unimaginable is possible. I can go on and on and on about this, about the project, about the efforts it takes for each person to bring forth this information. But I want to highlight from the bottom of my heart how important it is that whoever watches this sincerely takes action. Because look around you. Can you afford groceries right now? Can you travel freely right now? How's your car payment? How's that payment for your apartment? How's the home you were in? What about the fossil fuels and the promise of new technology that's going to make your life better? Where's that at? Are we going to pretend and buy another lie continuously? Or can we do this? Can we not lose hope? And can we believe in ourselves? And can we place our attention towards the common goal? The building of the creative society. Where this goal is worthy of a human. So let us strive towards it, towards giving instead of taking from future generations. You know, for me at least, these are the things worth fighting for. And for the people here before you all, this is a goal worth fighting for. And I will end with this. Even if sometimes the whole world can't hear the music, friends, we will still dance towards this goal. Thank you all for being here. And thank you all for the information presented thus far. And stay tuned for more important information that's to come. Thank you. And I will pass word next to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jason. It's really inspiring and great hearing this real life examples, because what we live like day to day, it really, there is something missing out there. Our society does not have a goal. And as you said, we dance to the music that we hear because we feel this goal. We know that there is something that our society should live for, to provide safety, to provide really prospering life for each one of us. And people who doing that today, those are true heroes of modern day. They sacrificed their personal time. They dedicated tens of hours every week to get the conference done, to inform the people about the threat, but also about the opportunity of unification. And we have a short clip about these heroes who and how they prepared the conference, Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. Let's watch this clip together, friends.
Have you met true heroes? Probably the first thing you think about is the heroes from Hollywood movies. But have you met heroes in real life? True heroes are among us. It's just that their superweapons are open hearts, a desire to serve people and help every person on the planet, and the courage to voice the truth to the whole world. They do this not for money and not for the sake of glory, because true heroes are ordinary humans with a capital letter H. The event that took place on the 4th of December, 2021, have brought together thousands of such people from all over the world. The worldwide conference, Global Crisis, Time for the Truth, went live in 100 languages of the world in order to reach the heart of every person on Earth. The broadcasts lasted 12 hours, backed by 3,000 hours of dedicated and hard work of a dozen teams and thousands of human heroes from around the world. Someone said that it's impossible to implement such a thing, but all of us together, we did it. Friends, this means that we will also be able to implement the most important thing for which we take action to change the world for the better and to make the creative society a reality. In this video series, we will show only a very small part of the events behind the scenes during the preparations for the conference. At the earnest request of our participants, the first thing we started doing was to invite famous people to the conference. Our goal was for movie stars, show business people, athletes, and politicians to call on all people to unite in the face of global cataclysms, since they are the ones who, within a short period of time, can convey information about the danger to millions of people and thereby save many people's lives. We really hoped and sincerely believed that these famous personalities would respond. We wrote letters to these people, and in order to personally hand over the invitations to the conference to them, we went to film festivals and events in various countries and also addressed their friends and colleagues and much more. At that time, thousands of volunteers from various countries who didn't have an opportunity to travel to field events invited famous personalities through social media. They organized a grassroots campaign of invitations on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, Weibo, and other worldwide social networks. During the preparation for the conference, we interviewed scientists, experts, famous people, astronauts, eyewitnesses of climatic events, and refugees. We did all of this in order to present the world with truthful and comprehensive information. The conference, Global Crisis, Time for the Truth, which took place on the 4th of December 2021, was interpreted into 100 languages. People themselves have taken this initiative because they understand how vital it is to convey the information voiced at the conference to every person. How were the videos edited and voiced over? For this conference, volunteers prepared a large number of videos and even documentary films. Here you see just a small part of our international team of volunteers who were engaged in voiceovers of those videos. Now let's see how our speakers were preparing for the conference. Very soon, they will have to speak to the entire humanity. Just a few seconds remain before the start of the conference, Global Crisis, Time for the Truth, for which we've been preparing for 4 months.
Okay, I think we're ready.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. The example of our international team has proved to us once again that people's strength is in unity. We can do a lot when we unite for the sake of our common goal, building the creative society. We sincerely thank the entire international team of volunteers of the Creative Society Project. You are true heroes.
Wow, how inspiring is that to hear about the true heroes. I feel like we need much more information about people like this who are changing the world for the better today. And today we will hear from people who prepared the conference and people who taken action in preparation of the forum that will take place in May. It's going to be called Global Crisis. We are people, we want to live. And the goals of the forum will be to truthfully and objectively inform humanity about the increasing danger of the climate and environmental disasters, to reflect the real scale of multiple crises of the consumeristic format of the society that we are living in, and consider practical solutions to overcome all the crises by building the creative society, to let us unite as the whole world and to solve that problem with the climate and with other things. So today we're going to hear from different teams of volunteers. Each one of them is taking specific responsibility for preparation one block or another of the forum. And the first, very important, the climate block will be presented by Елизавета Хромова right now and Елена Podladchikova. So the floor is yours.
Добрый день, дорогие друзья.
Good afternoon, dear friends. Today, global climate change is increasing dramatically, unpredictably, and is expressed not only in warming, but also in large-scale destructive natural disasters, an increase in seismic and volcanic activity, changes in all the layers of the Earth. We are told that a person is to blame for this, and they offer to fight CO2 emissions. But it is clear to anyone who has studied the issue at least a little that this is absurd and a lie. The fight against CO2 has been going on for 40 years, but the climate is only getting worse. Hundreds of millions of dollars are spent on fighting CO2, but CO2 is only growing. And if we are praying for CO2 and for the deaths of people who die in cataclysms, this is a global scam that a person influences the climate. The true causes are the cyclical nature of cataclysms. Every 12,000 years is accompanied by catastrophic volcanic eruptions, the strongest earthquakes, floods, and sudden glaciations. However, collaborators, scientists who have sold their conscience for money continue to deceive millions of people, putting their lives at risk. Today, the video Collaborator was released on the Creative Society channel. It made me cry. After all, these corrupt scientists, as well as all other people, are mortal in natural disasters. But the responsibility to notify all people of impending threats lies with them, because people believe that scientists will warn them. Now is the time to be exposed in a lie and start telling the truth. And we know such examples. There are scientists who used to believe that the climate was changing through human fault, but later they realized that the reasons were different and began to openly and loudly talk about it without fear of condemnation. They participate in our roundtables, give interviews, consult us, and support our posts on social media. All scientists who openly say that the climate is not changing because of anthropogenic CO2 emissions are our great friends. These are honest people. Even if they think that modern climate change is not terrible, they are simply underinformed, but these people are already heroes. A team of independent researchers of the Creative Society Project collects materials, facts of the real state of affairs, statistics of the increase in geodynamic changes, comprehensively examines the interrelationships, and together with scientists discusses these materials, participates in scientific conferences, and speaks at open venues to draw attention to the problem of cyclical cataclysms of 12,000 years. One of the talented scientists and employee of several institutes, after getting acquainted with information from the Creative Society Project participants, said, "I will devote the rest of my days to your problem of increasing volcanic activity." Several other scientists, having got acquainted with the materials of the conference, began to develop ideas and deepen their understanding of the activation of the bowels of the planet and started to publish articles about it. More and more scientists and experts are joining the team of independent researchers of the Creative Society Project. Very warm, friendly relations are developing. Scientists support, share articles, materials, data, and introduce their colleagues to this topic. Scientists are also motivated by the support of society, simultaneously interpreted into 100 languages. Well, what can I say more? And what's important, the creative society and at the transitional stage to it, these advanced researchers, people with a capital letter, will receive not only the support and deep respect of society, but also unlimited funding, since the survival of all humankind depends on studying the true causes of climate change. That is why it is now so necessary to unite all honest scientists and set one common goal, to find out the true causes of changes and how they can be resisted. And this unification of people is already happening. Therefore, we invite all honest specialists, research scientists, and anyone who's interested to join this association. Write to the email climate@creativesociety.com that you want to take part in this study. The results of our joint work will be presented at the forum on May the 7th, 2022, Global Crisis, We Are People, We Want to Live. And I give the floor to wonderful scientist right now, our great friend, Dr. Cosmophysical Sciences, astrophysicist of the Sun, Elena Podlachkova. Elena, please share why you have joined the Creative Society project and this research.
Greetings to everyone. From the very beginning, I joined the project because I was really interested in the questions of the quality and how quickly the audience understands the answers which are given. And spreading information among people, I received the feedback, and I realized that climate research, investigation of how sun influences climate, and the cyclicity of 12,000 years, this is really interesting, and people understand this. And I can convey to people information which is already known and collected by scientific method, and I can do it much faster than when I do it in my ordinary scientific life. For example, it is approximately a year to write an article, and there is also a year of a referencing process, and this is really long. Slow pace, and people need to understand what is going on much faster. And I was so fascinated and surprised that here we have scientific knowledge and people are interested in it. This was my first reason why I joined this society, and I constantly meet colleagues, and I can highlight in my works that I found different original ideas which we definitely deserves to be developed, because we are all scientists, narrow specialists, and you can quickly exchange opinions among scientists. For example, I'm as a solar physicist, we can exchange views with geologists, we can compare data, and this is really interesting and really useful. It is useful for me and others as well, and that was the main reason for me.
Thank you so much. And of course, such a collaboration of different scientists and the true multidisciplinary approach to the science, that what made possible the very unique things that were disclosed at the conference, Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. And one of them was the truth about ice melting, and what is actually causing the ice melting, and why the glaciers are melting from the bottom up, and which role in this is played by geothermal activity and volcanic activity. We have a very short clip. That's a very tiny little bit of information from the conference, and we encourage you to watch more information, to watch the conference online. But for now, let's watch this short clip to get a little bit of understanding about what is happening to the ice on our planet. I'd like to stress out that for the first time in history, the comprehensive information about the ice melting and true reasons of it in Antarctica, in Greenland, in Siberia, all over the world was presented at the conference on December 4th, Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. And it was only possible because of collaboration, because of the multidisciplinary approach to the science. And of course, Yelizaveta is one of our true heroes of modern day, who connecting all the scientists, who's really doing this amazing work of presenting truth. And I know that there is a huge work in progress in preparation to the forum. And I would like to ask Yelizaveta, if it's not a secret, of course, what do you have in preparation for us? What kind of projects are you working on? And what should we get ourselves ready for?
Yes, thank you for the question. Right, a huge team of experts is working on the climate issues, and of course I won't just tell you all the details, but I'll say that I'm preparing unique material about the causes of ocean heating at great depth and how this is related to underwater volcanism, and how it's all dealing with the speed movement of the Earth. And what's also important and interesting is the quality kind of level is to study the cosmos, physical just reasons, and which actually form the cyclicality and which influence or affect the climate on our planet. And I would greatly like to just say that Elena Podlachkova is this great scientist also commenting and helping us. And right now I would like to ask Elena Podlachkova, how do you like the work, just working in the team with the guys, participants? Elena, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you so much. You know, the atmosphere is just very great, and it is so friendly, very friendly, and this is so important for development of science, for the benefit of humanity, exactly how we want it. Unfortunately, often in different scientific communities, official scientific communities, there are, so to say, selfish and egoistic ideas, like I want to make my own discovery, and in such conditions nothing ever works. There is no possibility to develop the truth, no possibility to develop science and to move forward the truth. And I see how being in this team, our team, how quickly we are developing. All people are enthusiasts. They are all searching for information, collecting information, and nowadays all the discoveries, many discoveries are done already, have been done, but we just don't pay attention to them in this huge flow of information. And such communication with other scientists, with people, helps you very quickly to distinguish gains from chaff, and there are criteria of the scientific truth, those which are accepted in our society, and we're not introducing any rules here. But we are developing really fast, exactly thanks to such pleasant, kindly atmosphere of mutual assistance. It is helping work in finding data, and this is just wonderful.
Lots of thanks, Tina, for your words and for your help in this project. And thank you that you're inspiring us and you're inspiring other scientists to join the Creative Society project, so we would be able to unite our scientific potential as soon as possible and would save the planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing this vital information with us. And thank you, Lena and Elizabeth. We are so excited to learn more of your findings on May 7th and watch this information unfold for the whole world to see. We have so many more topics we will discuss today at the broadcast. We will talk about eyewitnesses to the climatic events, refugees, the informational stage, and other important topics. And now let's proceed to our next team, the monitoring team of volunteers who are gathering information all over the world about the current situation of climate. Anna and Svetlana, please, the floor is yours.
Добрый день, друзья. Действительно, я являюсь частью очень большой и дружной команды, которая проводит мониторинг.
Greetings, dear friends. I'm a participant of a friendly team who monitor climate disasters from all over the world, and we take considered data from different sources, starting from world media and those posts we see in social networks from the eyewitness of event. It can be videos, images, and description of those events, and every day we see this information, we collect this information, and you may ask, do you really want to watch this devastation, this grief, human loss? Of course we don't want to. Definitely not. But I can say for myself that I participate in this monitoring of events in order to convey truth to people, in order for all these collected data so people would eventually see it, so people would eventually know it, and they would understand all the seriousness and the most important that this is really happening. Our team noticed that in some countries, for various reasons, almost no attention is paid to coverage of climate disaster. It takes place due to different reasons, and imagine these people living in this region, they may not even realize and not understand that this is happening all over the planet. If they see natural disasters happen only in their place, they can think that it is just coincidence, but this is not already coincidence. It's a systematic pattern, and I would highlight that it's taking place all over the planet. By conducting such comprehensive monitoring, we can see how cataclysms are synchronized within a time in different territories. For example, probably all of you have heard about the unexpected and unfortunately sometimes deadly snowfalls, which took place in different countries, in Greece, Turkey, Japan, Pakistan, Syria. And just think about it, people began to die from snowfalls. For me, to be honest, I was in shock because I was born in a region where snow is about, it's about 5 months a year, but people, they are prepared for it, and in those regions they are just not. We, for example, have certain technique and we have clothes, and how can you survive with snowfall if you only have open-toed slippers out of all of your shoes? Naturally, people are just not prepared for that. We also started to observe synchronization of cataclysms in the same area, such as there were 3 major storms that hit Europe in February of this year, one after another, not giving people opportunity to recover. This is devastating for people because there is, with each new storm, people become more vulnerable, and really can be compared to the attacks of a ruthless enemy, our only enemy, the climate. Seeing all this, seeing the number of human casualties, I want to tell about this to all people who don't know about it yet, who has doubts, or may be afraid, and simply don't want to believe it. But this is just a way to nowhere. Only by facing the truth, we can begin to soberly observe the situation. And the most important, we can act. And what was important for me, and probably to every member of our team, what this sincerely inspires to participate in the preparation of International Forum, Global Crisis Where People We Want to Live, is that we understood that there is a way out. The way out is creative society. And how can you be silent when you know something which can save human lives? How we can be silent and not try to convey it to people. I also understood on a real example, when people are united, even climate cannot break them, cannot break their spirit, because this is such a unity which can resist any disaster. And naturally, I want to invite everyone to join it and to spread information about this upcoming forum. Thank you so much, friends, and I want to give the floor further to Aina. She will share, Anna. She will share how the creation of videos takes place.
Спасибо большое, Светлана. Очень
Thank you so much, Svetlana. Such a huge gratitude to all the team who tries really hard and finds a lot of information that what is actually going on with climate. And thanks to this, it becomes possible to make videos out of this information. We make short or large video clips and convey it to people. And I agree with you that thanks to this, thanks to the fact that all people try really hard and collect this information together, it becomes possible to convey a real situation about climate and to see a real picture about how climate is underestimated today. And it's
Oh, I'm sorry, can we?
Да. И хотела сказать, что благодаря той информации, которую находится...
And I wanted to add that thanks to the information that is found by this team, further we completed the scenarios and scripts for the episodes, for the videos which are being published. And this is called the names of Chronicles of the Front. As it was said by the speakers today, this is analogy of the military operations, and therefore it is called Chronology of the Front. And the goal of these videos is to show what is really going on with the climate, and we should show it thanks to the stories of eyewitness, thanks to the stories who directly encountered what is going on, who understood themselves. And they openly share about this. We collect these stories from open source, from internet and social networks. We find footages which were taken on the spot, so the people would see the whole truth. And we create such videos. The Chronicle of the Front, there was 2 of such videos: Apocalypse in Indonesia, about explosion of volcano, and there was a huge hurricane in the Philippines. And from these videos, it will be formed one huge video with monitoring for the upcoming forum on May 4th, in order to show people the large-scale picture of what is going on the planet today. And participating in this direction is a great experience for all of us, because when you listen to the stories of people, when you see it with your own eyes, when you feel their stories, because there is just no way you won't feel it, and you understand how huge problem this is. How in vain there is so little attention are being paid to this information, and we need to focus our attention exactly to this. And I would like to add that when Elizaveta and Elena was talking about this, there are so many scientists that can convey the truth, and The only thing what we need for this is conditions, to create conditions for scientists to convey the truth. And if we look at this objectively, unfortunately, in these conditions, it's impossible to implement it, but it's possible to do it in conditions of creative society. And today, the climate on Earth behaves indeed like a biggest enemy, the only common enemy for all of humanity. It attacks territories without warning. It takes people's lives, and we are not able to predict it when it's happening. And no one provides assistance to people. When you see this, you understand that there is no way it will continue further. Today, consumeristic society dictates anti-humane vector development for our civilization. Focus is being put for profiting and raising, and natural human life is worth nothing. And that's why you understand how important it is to change the format of society today from consumeristic to a creative one, and implementation of 8 foundations of creative society on an international level. Because we just need so much the society where the human life is the main value. And naturally, the question arises, what can everyone do in order for this society to prosper and to be implemented? And as any initiative, in order for creative society to become our reality, it is important for each person to become a carrier of this information and convey it. It starts from the fact that each person gets acquainted with this idea, he understands it, and he himself starts to transmit it and carry it further into the world. And in order for creative society to become our reality, you need to share this information, to tell about the 8 foundations of creative society to your friends, relatives, people in the social networks, maybe even unfamiliar to you people, just strangers on the street, because exactly 8 foundations of creative society, this is exactly a way to peaceful and to safe existence, where everyone is confident that he and his life is secure, that we all can develop as a civilization, and not to worry that at some point there will, without any warnings, can take place climate enemy attack, and there is no such possibility in a creative society, because there is human life is the main value, and everything is being built on this main value. And today, in order for us to do this, as I said already, you can share this information. This is the most important step. Every human who does that is a true hero, because sharing creative society, information about creative society, about forum, these are exact steps which we can take in order to make this creative society come sooner. And thank you so much, everyone who is present in this live broadcast today. Thank you so much for your actions. You are true heroes indeed, those true heroes who carry this information further. Thank you so much. I would like to give the floor further.
Thank you so much, Anna and Svetlana. It was so amazing to hear how much time and attention is dedicated to the subject, and everyone volunteers to do that. And thank you so much for everybody who knows about creative society, who is finding out about creative society, and who is already building a creative society. And now let's talk about solutions. Many people understand that we need to unite, but many do not understand under what values we all can come together and why unification is so important in the first place. The next video segment, with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, will answer this vital question. You can watch the full episode of this video on the Creative Society YouTube channel. Let's learn about the unification now.
Let's begin with the fact that it's impossible to build a creative society without unification of people. And here we need to differentiate it correctly. Because however strange it may seem, the unification of people in building the creative society takes place based on a consumerist format. I mean, the creative society should be built so that we get away from the consumerist format which exists today, which promotes, supports and contributes to the development of all low qualities of a human being. Therefore we have wars, lies, and deceit all around. That is why every person, everyone, I emphasize, whoever he is in this world, he is in an uncertain state, he has virtually no guarantee of tomorrow. And this is true. Nobody is confident in tomorrow, except a foolish or too naive person, while in reality it is so. Therefore, the consumerist format is outliving itself because a man is a wolf to a man here. It turns out to be such a creation, let's say, of a lifestyle, according to the laws of the wolf pack. Or even worse, there is even more order in a wolf pack than among people today. That is true. Everyone is concerned only about how to make money, how to cheat, how to survive, and the like. Such is life nowadays, and such is the format. Therefore, wars occur because a small group of people, or most often one person, due to his greed and pridefulness, is the reason for many wars. Why? He wants to take what belongs to others. He needs someone else's territories and someone else's funds. Therefore, wars begin. So everything goes the way it has been for the last 6,000 years and is only getting perfected, and even not that much. It is clear that now we are entering a time which is, let's say, not so good, and we have two options ahead. Either we build a creative society, or we destroy one another. That's not a scary story. That's reality. In the previous video we discussed climate, how serious everything is, that there is already a synchronization of negative climatic events, and this is already a new stage, very depressing and very upsetting, let's put it so. Therefore, building the creative society is the most promising and the only, let's say, opportunity for all humankind to survive peacefully, without destroying each other. And this has to be done. But for this, the unification of people is essential.
This was the short clip from the program Creative Society Unites Everyone, and you can watch the full episode on YouTube channel or find it on creativesociety.com. And this was the very exact episode that gave understanding of how to build the creative society on practice to so many people. And we see how urgent the problem is and why we need to build it so fast, as soon as possible. And to understand why, we are going to hear from many people who already witnessed and felt on their own skin what is it like to be in the middle of extreme climatic event. And the result of these climatic events made many people to leave their homes and sometimes even countries. They live to other countries, which we consider civilized. But is it exactly so? And what awaits them? Can we call ourselves civilized society when we don't provide basic human needs to those who are the least protected? We, of course, have a team of volunteers who are covering the subject of eyewitnesses of climatic disasters. And today we're going to talk to Diana, who is participating in preparation of this blog. Diana, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for inviting me to this broadcast. As you all know, on December 21st, 2021, one of the strongest tornadoes hit United States and damaged almost 5 states, including Kentucky, where my parents live. After that tornado hit, I was able to travel to Bremen, Kentucky, and interview people and tell them about Creative Society project. By talking to people throughout the conversation, I heard the story of a farmer who has been a farmer his whole life. He lived in a farm with his children, grandchildren, but after such a strong tornado, he lost everything. He lost his 10 acres, he lost his grandchildren's and children. So he was all by himself in this. This story was actually broadcasted in one of the channels. Because of the story, one other farmer was touched by the story and drove all the way from Iowa to support this farmer and help him recover. As a result, while I was interviewing people, telling people about Creative Society stories, there was an enormous amount of support of people, volunteers, who were there only to support community, who drove from different states just to help people. In fact, all the eyewitnesses who experienced tornado were able to find a home location. They were able to find the whole resort, Pennerville State Resort Park, was donated to people who couldn't find a home location, who eyewitnessed the tornado and who actually went through tornado. And as a result, there was an enormous support of volunteers who were there. There were a lot of people drawing checks. Ton of people were just helping there. A lot of other people were just working there from sunrise to sunset because there was no electricity, living everywhere across Bremen, Kentucky, but only to support the community. What also was amazing is that they said the amount of support they received from volunteers, they couldn't recover Bremen in such a short period of time. Because of volunteers, they were able to clear all the mess the tornado made in such a short period of time. And as a result, people were impressed by Creative Society projects. There were a lot of other volunteering organizations out there, but Creative Society is a permanent solution out. Creative Society is something that gives you a stability that human life is the highest value. There was a lot of humanitarian support, a lot of human life crises out there, but people were inspired to hear that Creative Society is real and we can all make it a reality, but only if we're together. As a result, I made a lot of good friends. I informed a lot of people about Creative Society, and they were all inspired to know that Creative Society is real. All I wanted to say, I believe in the power of volunteering, and I believe that Creative Society is real. Thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this Creative Society family. I'm truly thankful for you all.
Thank you, Diana. It's so great to hear from you, and thank you for traveling and sharing this vital information with us. And I want to remind our viewers, the preparation for the forum is ongoing. And we are inviting everyone who has witnessed climatic disasters around the world to share their experience with the world. Please reach out to us, contact us. You can email us at info@creativesociety.com. Now we will hear from an eyewitness that lives in Kentucky, USA. Joanna, the floor is yours.
I want to thank you for your time. My name is Constable Joanna Schroer. I am from Kentucky, the United States. On December 10th, 2021, we witnessed the wrath of Mother Nature in a manner I pray most never see. Personally, I did not know about the tornado, the giant F4, until it was at our doorstep, traveling over 220 miles, destroying property and lives. Mayfield, Kentucky would never see a storm in the same way. We'd never know the town it once was so familiar with in the same light. You see, buildings over 100 years old were removed as if they were of no concern. Hundreds of homes were carried away in piles of rubble, unrecognizable in any form of structure to their previous statute. Businesses that were the support of hundreds of people no longer exist. What was once a quiet, quaint little town had become a war zone of nature. Hundreds of people are now homeless, sheltered where they can find safety. Many did not have that opportunity. The storm ended their lives in moments. Babies to grandparents, no age group or nationality was exempt. When the storm had passed, I found myself immediately headed to the candle factory as quickly as possible. We had to begin the massive, I had been told the massive 2-story structure were completely crushed, and it had been. Emergency workers and volunteers crawled in and out of open crevices in hopes of saving lives inside. A pregnant woman, grandfather, an aunt or uncle, friend's brother, sister, or mother, they were all in there, and they came out in varying conditions. Some were relatively well, while others were broken, struggling to breathe, suffered amputations, and worst of all, dead. Family members cried out from the other side of the caution tape, holding hope above all that their family member was alive. Many of the people withstood the crushing metal of the factory for more than 5.5 hours. All the while, the rain was pouring in. One gentleman held back a wall as best as he could while standing on metal to which he knew a woman who had been killed was underneath that metal for nearly 6 hours. He tried to calm the others trapped in this small, confined space with him. However, he was afraid the building would continue to shift and crush them all, or oxygen would soon become an issue in such a confined space. As temperatures and rain continued to fall on these victims, they were shivering and cold. Finally, he reached into his pocket and he called his wife to tell her he loved her and he didn't think he was going to make it home. I know this man, and he did make it home, but at what cost? He suffered knowing a human lay dead beneath him while he lived and struggled to save others. And he did. In review of the disaster, there was no celebration for the survivors. He is consumed by sorrow and guilt, survivor's guilt. These stories are a small glimpse into the horrors of December the 10th. These stories will be the stories of many if we do nothing to effect change. My father always told me, show me who your friends are, and I'll tell you what kind of a person you are. Join me in a better tomorrow for our next generations before there is no tomorrow. So please join us all at the global crisis. We are people. We want to live. May 7th, 2022. Change is in our hands. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Joanne. And the story just touches everyone at heart, and it's so difficult to see this happening. But the good news is that we people are waking up and coming together to build a society of our dreams. We're going to build a new format of society where every human life is protected and everyone is valuable. And right now, I would like to yield the floor to Irina as she will tell us more about the preparation that takes place for the upcoming conference.
Здравствуйте, друзья. Good evening, friends. Thank you, Joanna. Thank you, Diana. I'm immensely happy to have you online with us today, and it's a pleasure to meet you in person. Right now, me and my team are finishing up a documentary on the event in the United States on December 11, 2021. The idea for this film came from Diana. Immediately after the disaster, she traveled to the stand time in one of the affected cities to talk to eyewitnesses. Thanks to Diana and the other volunteers of the Creative Society project, we were able to collect exclusive interviews of eyewitnesses and victims and to learn the details of the disaster from the first-hand accounts. The information given by the eyewitnesses was simply shocking. People were very frightened. No one expected that something like this would ever happen to them. Many of them lost their relatives and friends. Their homes were completely destroyed. The film turns out to be voluminous, and if in the beginning it was a film about the disaster itself, then as we got more interviews with eyewitnesses and victims, the real picture of the disaster was revealed to us. And it wasn't just limited to the moment of the disaster, it was much, much more serious. This disaster was like a marker highlighting who the traitor is and showing once again that in today's consumerist society, human life is just a statistic. And what a joy it was to see the real heroes, and what a wave of unity and hope there was from the people after the disaster. I am very grateful to everyone who shared these stories with us. Each story of a victim is like one more brick to understanding how urgently we need to build a creative society, a society where there will not be stupid deaths because people were not warned in advance. It is a society where all the necessary infrastructures will be in place so that human life is not threatened, so that each of us can live peacefully and happily and be confident that we are protected. People who survived these terrible events have already understood this and have begun to act. I thank you for that, friends. I am happy that every day there are more and more of us. I am sure with you we will succeed. Thank you, friends.
Thank you so much, Irina, and thank you so much for everyone that volunteers to bring this information further. And also, we would like to remind you, if you're watching this broadcast, please share this broadcast on your social media platforms. Use hashtag Creative Society. Send people to the website, creativesociety.com. Let the whole world know that we are changing the format that we live in, and it will benefit every single person. And now we will hear from another eyewitness to catastrophic events. Rocio, please share with us your experience.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Soy Rocío Barreto.
Greetings everyone, my name is Rocío Barreto. I live on the island of Palma, Canary Islands, Spain. Many of you don't know me, and maybe you don't know where the island of Palma is, because they were a small island. For 5 months, we had been experiencing a volcanic eruption that left thousands of people devastated and many people homeless. It brings tears to people's eyes when they see the place where their home used to be, and when they realize that they no longer have anything, that nature has taken everything from them. Yes, nature is unpredictable, and all we can do is show empathy, to know what these people had to go through, that it's very hard to start from scratch. We have to understand that the impact is happening both economically and globally, and it all affects us too. It's amazing what nature can do to us humans. That's why I want to invite all of you on the May 7th to Forum International Forum. There is paramount importance to all people in the world. There we will see testimonies from many people who, like me, have experienced natural disasters, while many others. It makes us think that the world needs to change. There must be empathy, less war, no war, more love. Love is that the fundamental part of everything. Why? In this climate situation, we need love, love for each other, and the knowledge that the climate can attack at any moment, whether it's a volcano or tsunami or earthquake. Nature can affect us at any moment because it's unpredictable. The world as a whole is unpredictable, but it's in our hands to change things. I want to thank all the people who invited me to be part of this beautiful project that aims to help so many people on a global scale to say in all languages that we are all equal.
En cualquier idioma, saber que todos somos iguales.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Rocio. It's a really powerful message. And the next word I would like to pass to a person who not only eyewitnessed climatic disasters, but made a life choice to dedicate his life to rescuing people, to saving people's lives. Pancho Ramirez Jr. from Philippines with us next, please.
I am Pancho Ramirez Jr. I'm a certified security professional. I'm a rescue practitioner. I am the head of our community rescue group. Typhoon came. It came December 16, but it was given warning on December 12 that there's a big typhoon coming. 3 hours or 5 hours before, we were already going around reminding people to prepare and this and that, because this typhoon is not slowing down, it's getting stronger. So we have to be very, very prepared. All ambulance or all rescuers that time were asked to stay on the base because it will be more risky for the rescuers during the height of the typhoon to go out and save people. So all people were asked to stay at home. So what if you will be injured? So who will attend to you? Who will give you first aid? Of course, it is the people in your house. It is the people in your house who will be called the first responders. In my case, I was caught in the middle of the typhoon. There were some people hiding some areas in the streets, waving their hands like help, help. So I cannot just say, oh, I will just come back later. So I really risked everything. So I just stop and let them ride to us and just go straight to our base. So this is how risky this. You were driving. Just imagine you were driving a pickup truck. It is a mixture of strong wind and strong rain, and it even feels like an earthquake already because of the wind. And I was very afraid that our pickup truck might flip off. But thank God, we were able to make it back to our base and bring those family back to safety. And when typhoon was here, 4 hours, it was really destroying the whole area. 4 hours did not stop. There are always people really need help right away. So at that time, the most that we can do is to help the most that we can help also. Because you cannot save everyone. No one is exempted in terms of climate attack. We are all targets and we are all victims. That is already a given reality. That typhoon doesn't choose its path. Even the big houses here, even the millionaires' houses are even have more damage. People are also killing each other already. For what reason? They're killing each other because of food. They're killing each other because of water. There was looting already. If they can see a grocery store, everybody will attack there without paying already. They will just steal everything that they can get. It was a big mess. It was really, really an uncontrolled area. And there is no law enforcement is not there anymore. It's like a killing fields already. Until military came in bringing those tanks, the armies arrived because they had to establish the control of everyone. Because if no one arrived from the government, everybody is already killing each other just to survive. And it was also very sad because some did not die because of the typhoon. Some died because somebody stole their food. Some died because somebody stole their water. Very, very, like something that we cannot, that we will always say, I hope it will never happen again. People need to know about climate change, especially this time, because there are some calamities that is starting to happen in places wherein you don't expect to happen. I would like to invite everyone to be very conscious about the global warming and climate change, because to educate ourselves more about it, it will also give us the chances to understand more about it and to survive on any calamity that might come in the near future.
Thank you so much, Pancho, for sharing that story of survival and how we are turning into animals in a consumer format, and how it is impossible to survive if we continue this consumer format. And we really need to build a creative society. And now let's hear from Alice from Alberta, Canada. She will share with us what types of climatic anomalies she has seen in Canada.
Hello, everyone. My name is Elise. I live in Alberta, Canada. It is my pleasure to join this important discussion today regarding climate change and its effects on our everyday life. As you know, Canada has 9% of the world's forest and about 20% of the world's fresh water. Here in Alberta, almost every summer it has been quite hot, which is not normal for the area. There are usually wildfires burning thousands of acres of forest, leaving nothing behind. As of last year, we had incredible heat across the whole country, with the hottest temperatures on record of 49.6 degrees Celsius in Lytton, British Columbia. Just a day after this record, 90% of the town was lost to a wildfire, which forced the town citizens to be evacuated. The heat was so excruciating that it caused people to stay at home and buy air conditioners, which was abnormal for the area. My family and I went to camp in Jasper National Park, which is in the northern part of Alberta. When we got there, it was around 40+ degrees Celsius, which is extremely hot for the area. The famous Columbia Icefields Glacier is also there, which looks completely melted away. The sky was red because of the smoke from the wildfires nearby, and in the heat we just couldn't stay out and hid in the car and inside buildings with air conditioners. It felt as if the sun was coming down on us, and on top, we couldn't breathe properly because of the smoke. Another phenomenon that occurred in November of last year was the abnormal floods caused by successive rain systems, which brought heavy rain and covered areas in southern British Columbia, Canada, and northwestern Washington, United States. This terrible event caused more than 600,000 farm animals to perish and between $2.5 and $7.5 billion in property damage, as well as 5 deaths. After all this, I had to find out more information. I don't think that people should doubt climate change is real. Without even looking at the data, it is more than obvious that the temperature is increasing and the weather systems are abnormal. When I came across the Creative Society's International Conference, Global Crisis, Time for the Truth, it added so much important information and facts on the topic, confirming what I had already thought was true. Therefore, it is vital that we get together now and discuss options for our survival, because I believe this may be our last chance to do so. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Alice, for telling us and sharing your personal experience, what you went through in Alberta. And yeah, if only it was, the temperature change, but it is so much more. And we see that it's a real threat to us as a humanity. And our next eyewitness is going to be Yelena Sidorenko, and we would like to hear from you. Yelena, please go ahead.
Приветствую всех. На многих территориях
everyone. In many areas, people live and still do not notice what is happening very close next to them. It seems to people that climate disasters just happen somewhere far away, that this is the norm for those countries, but this will never happen to me. Such it is, comrade. And eyewitnesses, other people who can tell you from their own experience how disaster can come unexpectedly to your home. As we have heard today, even living close to the affected area by categories, people sometimes do not have a complete picture of what had happened. The media often show the provision of humanitarian aid to the victims, and then they leave, and the aid was with them. Months pass after the cataclysm, and no one already remembers about the people who had lost everything. And for people, the situation is still not resolved. Our team is searching and communicating with eyewitnesses of climate disasters around the world, while preparing for the international forum, Global Crisis, where people we want to live. For me personally, it's a very sobering experience. Such an experience that helps to always remember how fast climate change is evolving and how vulnerable we humans are. And it's also a very inspiring experience. After all, people who have seen with their own eyes and experienced with their own eyes the power of nature, who have seen how quickly life can change, how the consumerist format societies, almost immediately understand the idea of the creative society. They understand how important it is to study what is happening with the climate and really solve these problems. And the people who have seen all that cataclysms can bring, and again, people who have seen the absurdity of the humorous format of society, then they get very just and the idea of the creative society right away. And people learn how to solve these issues. People kind of light up, right? They get inspired and they're ready to join the creative society project. Are they ready to share information? And what's most incredible about that is that you can see the light of hope in people's lives. When people realize that there is a real way out of all this horrible situation. And what is more, millions of people around the world are already engaged in the implementation of this way out. Even after the interview, we often cannot just stop talking as if we are relatives who have been looking for each other for a long time. And you just begin to become even more convinced of where we're going and to understand the importance of being in the creative society. After all, in the creative society, each person's life will be valued as the most precious. And it means that all of us, under all the conditions, all the resources of this society would be directed to saving human life, and we all people will be living under one united family, because we people are one. And if you're interested to get involved in search of eyewitnesses, in interviewing making pictures and posts for social media, which are also one of the effective ways to find such people, and making films, if you're interested in just making videos with eyewitnesses or joining technical support, please let us know. And of course, we are definitely looking forward to seeing everyone at the International Online Forum Global Crisis, where people want to live on May 7th, 2022. Our future depends on the personal choice of each of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And what can one say after seeing and hearing this information? It is eye-opening. It is the painful, and it's in a consumer society. It can be anyone's future tomorrow. By now, you should understand that the creative society is not a need. It is a must for all of us. The timeline is less than 2 years before it's too late to build it. Another huge problem that cannot be solved in a consumer society and can affect anyone at any moment is the refugees. We will hear now from the volunteer team of Creative Society that dedicates their time and attention to such harsh topic in preparation for the global forum that will be on May 7th, Global Crisis. We are people, we want to live. The floor is yours.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья. Наш самый страшный враг — это климат.
Hello, dear viewers. The biggest enemy is the climate. It cannot be negotiated with, and without unification, it cannot be overcome. Unfortunately, people who are faced with the powerful forces of the elements often become climate refugees. In the consumerist society format, the average length of stay in refugee camps, regardless of the reason, is 17 years old. 17 years. Why should everyone be aware of what people face when they are forced to flee safe places? And how can the creative society solve all the current conflicts and refugee problems? You will learn about this at the International Online Forum on May 7, 2022. Global crisis, we are people. We want to live. And today, the Creative Society project participants, refugees, and professionals will share with us inspiring examples of their interaction. Next, we will hear from Ekaterina, a member of Creative Society project. Please have a floor.
Здравствуйте, друзья! Мы с командой участвуем.
Hello, dear friends. Our team is participating in the preparation for the forum on May 7th on the topic of refugees. It is very important to highlight this topic for everyone, because some people live under the illusion that this problem doesn't exist, or they simply don't understand that it's very accurate and serious. Already now, millions of refugees are living in terrible conditions in the consumer format of society. These are people who were forced to leave their homes, risking their lives in attempts to find a safe place for themselves and their families. These are people who are subject of violence, abuse, and human rights violations. I want to tell a short story that shocked me personally. One of the specialists on an interview told us that you simply won't find beautiful children in the refugee camps because for trafficking refugees are like peanuts, they are very easy prey. And if they don't have enough people to sell, they will just take them in the refugee camp. children disappear in these camps every day. This horror is happening in our society nowadays. And as many experts we interviewed say that there is no way out for these people in the consumeristic format of society. This is all happening right now. As disasters are gaining momentum, every day the number of people losing their homes and livelihoods is increasing. None of us is immune from becoming a refugee. Therefore, it is very important to address this issue from all sides, to stop being silent and to speak up and act. Let's together tell the whole world about the forum, which is a very important step for implementation of the creative society and for solving all the problems. Thank you, friends.
Спасибо, Екатерина.
Thank you, Katya.
Поделились
Indeed.
пониманием по поводу важности информирования.
Thank you for sharing your understanding of the importance of the informing people.
Которую нам рассказала наша участница Мария. Она ее назвала, представила, как мы строим мосты, да, мы строим мосты между друг другом.
She was saying that we build bridges to each other, and she shared that she was reading a book about refugees, and in this book it was told that in several regions of Afghanistan and Pakistan schools are being built. She was really amazed, surprised by this story, and she wanted to meet the author and heroes of these events. She wanted to meet them personally. She found contact, she contacted him, but there was no global result eventually. So she wanted to write in the social networks, and in she's post with the readers, communicate with the author, and the first person who replied was Hassan. He actually, she really liked this, and he said the main character of the book is his father, and he will definitely introduce the author of the book. And that's why it is so important when we do small steps in order for every person to learn about creative society. And I would like now to introduce you Hassan, with whom we met thanks to Maria. Thank you so much.
Hello, I am Hassan from Pakistan, and I am a social worker. I am working for Creative Society projects. I am making the video of the refugee people who are living on the mountain or in the remote areas of Pakistan. So yes, they are living in a bad condition, and they are very far from the cities and the communication. Even they don't know about the mobile phone or internet. So I'm making the videos like this. So creative society is very important for everyone around the world who are living on Earth. Yes, everyone who wants to join creative society. And creative societies must to implement in everywhere, in every country around the world. So yeah, I have some experience when I visit to the people who are from Afghanistan. They are living in Pakistan. They are refugees. They are living in a very bad condition. And so yes, the local people, they are helping them, but not too much. Whatever they have taken, they are doing their helps. So yeah, I want to say to everyone to join the creative society. That's much for everyone, for every human being. It's nice. So yeah, I'm going to thank you to all of you who are working for the creative society around the world. They are the part of creative society. So hope we can make it a good. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hassan, thank you for being active and understanding the importance of the creative society for the whole world, for every person now. I apologize if you can hear me. Our next speaker, Prince Akita Fumba, will talk about what he faces as a refugee.
Good day. Good day.
Yes, we hear you. Continue.
Prince Akita Fumba, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yes. Yes, good day. Good day, everyone. Good day to the world. Good day to the entire creative society. My name is Prince Okita Fumba. I am from DRC Congo. I'm an asylum seeker in South Africa. I fled my country because of persecution and many reasons, many political reasons. And I'm here in South Africa almost for 9 to 10 years. But when I fled my country, looking for a better life or a better place in the society, unfortunately, I also met the issues here, which is xenophobia. And like we know, many of us who have been traveling around, they know when some of our brothers and the sisters who are not accepting other people, because the issue that we have here is regarding xenophobia. Xenophobia is simply when you dislike someone from another country. This is the issue that we facing here in South Africa as a refugee or asylum seeker. And it's very difficult because I found myself as a qualified doctor in my country, and I cannot exerce my profession here in South Africa because of those reasons, because you don't have a paper, you have nothing. Even to survive is very, very difficult to survive. I have children who cannot go to school because of all those reasons. If you watch in the news, they like every day different attacks, every day, every year, where the foreigners are being attacked because of the the citizens are saying that we are stealing their jobs, we are stealing their wives, many reasons. But when you look at it, when you go deeper into it, you'll find that those are not the reason, because the foreigners are not even 3% of the populations. So I ask myself a question: how do we steal the job? How a citizen can say that is because of foreigners that they don't have a job? So there are many reasons, and which is very, very difficult for us. It's happened many times where I wanted to commit suicide, because like I found myself that I fled my country looking for peace, but where I thought like I could have a peace is even more than where I fled. So it's really a difficult. And today, like I said last time, that I think the problem that you are facing today is each one of us have a responsibility to the world, because how do we change the world today? The problem is not expecting from someone to come and change the world, but it's us, the choice that you are making, the impact that you are going to play in the society today to change the mind of people. Because I cannot believe that in today's world century, that the people still have that mindset of disliking someone because of the race, because of his culture, because of his political belongings, which is totally wrong. So I'm really grateful with the creative society, because creative society today is, there is a no boundary in society, creativity. In creative society, there's a no boundary, no borders. We have people from different countries. We have people from different race. We have people from different color, but I could see the love in us because the aim in society, in creative society, is the love. How do we change this world today? So I'm really encouraging us who are in this platform that we have a role to play. If we want to see the world changing, each one of us have a role, have something to play and to do to change this world. By that, we need to join together hand by hand in this creative society to spread the news, to speak about this creative society, to speak about our role, what do we have to do to change the world, to change the mindset of people, because we cannot live like this. Otherwise, no one is going to survive. Thank you so much.
Спасибо вам огромное. Спасибо. Действительно, только
Thank you so much. Indeed, only creative society can guarantee protection and safety for all people. Thank you now. Thank you, Hassan, for your understanding how important.
А сейчас своим примером поделится Самир, журналист и
And now, Samir, a journalist and photographer from Syria, will share his example about how much life is filled with the meaning when you start acting for others.
My name is Samir. I'm working as a journalist and photojournalist. I was working in Syria to cover the war happening there and refugee cases. Now I'm in Turkey and still working and covering this story as a journalist, just to let the people in the world know they still have hard situation, have hard condition, they have problem. Need to fix it. The border now, it is like action movie. When you cross the border, you have the border, you have the way, you have the army in the other side, and you should cross all the things. And just a few people trying and can cross. A lot of people can't cross because the army maybe catch him, maybe the army think him enemy and shoot him. And I saw a woman with the child killed near the border, just 10 meters, just trying to cross. Before 10 years ago, I was like normal person, and my dream to I will find work and marry and have family, and we will happy. During the war, years by years, or I can speak month by month, I thinking and improve my idea, my dream. It is not really stay related with myself. And when I leave my house in Aleppo and leave it to Idlib, I have decision to stay in Idlib to start to cover about the refugees, the war. It is dangerous, but I feeling like I will be the voice for the people and try to move the problem for other world. And now, after 10 years, I feeling happy. The value in the life, I think, before 10 years, I think the money. Now I think, no, you have to stay alive. Not the money, not everything or the main thing. You can just do something you love it. I have like now a personal dream, but always I'm thinking what the important, if change my life or another people's life. Last visit to the camp refugees, I saw a lot of child like happy. Why I leave it? But now and after I think also in the future I will stay like what I am. I will work, improve it to my future, to myself. I have more skills, but the main goal to make the people more comfortable, no more violence, no more war.
Thank you for sharing. And indeed, what you're talking about is life without violence and war. And this is possible only in the creative society. Thank you so much for your active position in informing about what is happening with refugees. And you know, I also participate in the preparation to the forum that will take place on the 7th of May 2022, Global Crisis, We Are People, We Want to Live. And we are interviewing people who happen to become refugees and were forced to leave their homes, countries, everything they had, they lost. We interact with Dutch people both before and after interview. And I want to say that the interviews with refugees are the most difficult interviews that I have ever done in my life. Those are real stories that we do not hear and we do not take in generally accepted framework, right? But in fact, this exists, and this is accepted framework. And all this is possible in our world only because we agree to that. We turn a blind eye to what is happening and thinking that this does not concern us. But despite that, these people, they encourage to work on yourself internally. When you see that no matter what, they have retained their humanity, compassion and kindness to others, you feel great gratitude and love to them. And you know, they are their motivation, their action, it inspires so much. And they not only understand the necessity and timelessness of this project for all mankind, but they immediately are ready to act, to tell about it to other people and to be a part of this great movement. And for example, a refugee from Iran, Sama, is in a very difficult living condition, but she did not hesitate for a second. Like no one else, she felt what it is meant to be completely insecure. Well, security is what every person needs. And this is possible only in the creative society, where every person will be provided with the basic vital necessities, including food, house, and medical care, education, and full social security, regardless of place of residence. And most importantly, the person will feel completely safe and secure. Sama immediately joined the team of translators into Arabic, watched the conference Global Crisis Time for the Truth, and participated in an international discussion. She also helps to translate posts to search for eyewitnesses and victims of violence in social media. And she's not alone. There are so many examples of such interaction. They are very inspiring, and an incredible wave of mutual gratitude rises up. We inspire them, and they inspire us even more and motivate us to act. And such communication gives a very important understanding that despite the absurdity of the consumer format of society, it is in our hands to change everything, and most importantly, to take responsibility for our lives and for the society in which we live. After all, we are people, and we want to live. Thank you very much, everyone.
Спасибо, Оля.
Amani Sahel from Afghanistan, and I am a refugee about 9 years in Indonesia. Indonesia is a good country with good security, with good people. But for a refugees, not. Because refugees are not allowed to do anything even. They're not allowed to work, studies, go anywhere, but just around these cities that refugees stay. They have to wait here for unknown period of time till their resettlement process end, and they resettle to another country. When this process finished, no one knows it. How long it takes time, no one knows. When we ask them, they are not going to give us a clear answer. They say, we didn't even invite send you any invitation to come here. That's the replay of the response of United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. I have the refugee card. It's a refugee card. It's a refugee card that they give us in the Indonesian language. They have written, this person or is not allowed even to buy a SIM card for himself by using this card. This identity is working just for this guy stay here, live in Makassar city, but not allowed to use airplane or car or motorcycle, even anything. Cannot go out of this city. Sometimes it makes me cry because what a stupid guy I am, because I was 100% believed to UNHCR office, United Nations. I didn't even expect that I will face with this life. I didn't expect it, but unfortunately it happened. It happened to me, and UNHCR taken refugees as a hostage in this land, in this limbo. Now even we cannot turn back to our country. What will happen to our family? The society that I like to live is the people should be kind with each other, love each other, and accept each other. At that time, we no matter what color you are, which religion you are, because the first religion that we are birth is human.
Спасибо большое, Сахил. Вы знаете, я тоже хочу жить в обществе, где самое главное...
Thank you so much, Sahil. And you know, I also want to live in a society where the most important value is human life, and this is the creative society. And next, we will listen to Michael from Latvia that will tell us about what status will be the most important in the creative society.
Ситуация с беженцами в нашем мире, она совершенно абсурдна. Нам кажется, что нас это никогда не коснется.
Good day, friends. The refugee situation in our world is absolutely absurd. We don't think it will ever affect us. But when we ourselves encounter this phenomena, we are horrified by all the inhumanity that happens to people, and these are people just like you and me. And it is the consumer format of society that creates such conditions for the emergence of such a phenomenon as a refugee. Why are people fleeing their countries? The media is imposing now that the idea that people run for a better life to receive a social package from the host country and do nothing. We are shown such stories on TV, but studying these materials, what the refugees themselves and specialists from non-governmental organizations who help them say, one comes to understanding that people are fleeing from violence. They are fleeing climatic catastrophes, climatic disasters. We are shown thousands of people who are trying to break through the borders of European countries of the European Union. They run for their safety, to save their lives, but they are bold and killed. Most of the people, victims of military conflicts, cataclysms, and this is about 80% remain in the countries, and they are left with nothing. Their homes are destroyed, their dreams are destroyed, their families are destroyed. Their own state does not help them anyway, and international organizations cannot help in any way. And this is absurd. They remain at home without a home, in camps where there are no conditions for life, while others run away and end up, if possible, in the same camps. Both specialists and refugees themselves speak of blatant cruelty against them. They are raped, sold in slavery, and stolen for organs. Are we humans or are we animals after that? As long as money is the only value in society, this will never stop. And to think that this will never affect us is very naive. Therefore, it is necessary to change this crazy and utopian format of our society to the creative one, where human life will be protected at a level of laws, and human life will be of the highest value. And we will have the only status in society. This is the status of a human. When you watch interviews with refugees, when you personally communicate with them, you understand that these are people just like you and me. They also want to live in a peaceful life, be part of the society and develop it. Most of them don't want to leave the countries. And while we are sitting in a warm home and watching this broadcast, they are left in camps without any amenities. Then let's unite. We still have time. Let's share information. Only we, people, can change this format of society and its values. It depends only on us. Come to the forum, which will be held on May 7th this year. Global crisis. We are people. We want to live. Thank you.
Спасибо, Миша.
Thank you, Mikhail, for sharing your understanding of how important it is.
Насколько сейчас нам всем
необходимо
объединение, насколько именно это
how important it is to unite people now, how helpful it is for all of us, because only the creative society is the force that able to lead humanity out of all the current crises. Together, we can endure all trials and find a new world of security and prosperity. Join us to prepare the forum.
И также хочется сказать, что
And also I would like to say,
информировать каждого.
let's notify the whole world together.
Вместе действовать. Ведь действительно созидательное общество — это наш единственный шанс.
About a significantly important step in building a creative society.
Despite all the tragic examples of the consumerist format of living, there are still true heroes in our world today. And these are the amazing examples of how people uniting to create together and to take action to build a better world, a truly safe, thriving, creative society tomorrow. Among those people, of course, the team of translators who synchronously translate conferences and the upcoming forum into over 100 languages. Let's hear from the people at this huge team of translators. Let's hear their voice. What is their inspiration and what motivates them to participate in multi-hour long conferences and forums, dedicate their time and huge amount of efforts to this? Let us hear first from Irina Abazova. Irina, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Tali. Thank you so much. And also, big gratitude to everyone for the invitation, and it's a pleasure to welcome all the participants of this meeting. And I would like to share my experience, how I started to do the simultaneous interpretation of the conferences and the project of Creative Society. And probably no person who really understands what crisis we live in right now and what happens with the climate will deny the importance of these conferences, which people organize from 180 countries of the world. This is an initiative of a huge amount of people, huge number of people, not just to survive, but to create the conditions for a great future for all humanity. And we know that it is possible, so we're not silent. We speak the truth in 100 languages and even more. And for me, it is a great honor to participate in such epic events. And I did the simultaneous interpretation of the conference into my native language, Kabardian Abigezu. Yes, I thought, why should I interpret it? There are so many languages, everything will be clear anyway. But deep inside, I had an understanding that participation and willingness to simultaneously interpret this global event is like the readiness to defend the truth, which sounds during these conferences. Making the simultaneous interpretation, it meant for me to stand up shoulder to shoulder, hand to hand, for the humanity, for this truth, for all good that we have, for all the best and bright things. And speaking with all of humanity is not exaggeration. It is true, because there are so many real heroes, and this is actually building the bridges of friendship all around the world. And after all, a large team of people is also helping in simultaneous interpretation. They help with technical support, documents, video editing, and a huge thank you to all these people who are doing this. And these conferences are also the great example of people being united, people from all over the world. And this is so important because our unity and our actions are the guarantee of our survival. And how can you stand aside when millions of people are already taking action? And I would like to thank everyone, as well as the team that helps to make the broadcasts into Kabardian language, for the opportunity to simultaneously interpret the conferences and participate in them. And it is a big honor for me to do that and communicate this truth in my native language for my people. And also it is a great honor for me to be a part of such a large international family. And also, I would like to say about the upcoming forum that will take place on May the 7th, 2022, which will be called Global Crisis, We Are People, We Want to Live. And you know, there's no need in words, because the title speaks for itself. Because considering, once again, the crisis in which the mankind is today, only by uniting and by consolidating all our efforts, we all people can survive. And for this, we need to inform everybody, all people. And I would like to invite everyone who is ready to simultaneously interpret this forum, who is ready to voice the truth in their native language, who is ready to carry this truth further, who is ready to stand up for all of humanity. We are waiting for you, and we will be glad, very glad, if you join the initiative of millions of people to make us billions tomorrow. Thank you so much, everyone, and I pass the floor to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Irina. And to join the team of translators and simultaneous interpretation, please email us info@creativesociety.com. All this huge team of volunteers who work to translate work in close cooperation with our technical support team. And those are the people who are not on screen most of the time, but without their contribution, not a single stream would be possible. We will start with Snezhana. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Greetings, everyone. My name is Snezhana, and I'm really happy to be among you, friends. I'm from Gagauzia, and this is a small nation on the south of Moldova, which has its own history, culture, and language. And about the last, I would like to tell you in more details. I would like to share my experience. Such an exciting, interesting, and worthwhile journey our guys and I have been able to go through at the conference Global Crisis, Time for the Truth, which took place on December 4th, 2021. I managed to be a translator by accident. And later on I was simultaneous interpreter, and it was a great experience. And why it was such a life experience? Because I'm not interpreter at all. By understanding the essence of what is happening, I wanted to help. In our team, there are many talented and kind people who worked in preparation of the conference. We are all from different countries. We have different time zones. But together, amicably together, we did it. I was offered to translate the conference by my brother. There was no information, but I agreed, not understanding what is it about. Then people began to join the chain. I was also added to some general groups, general chats. And I wanted to participate so much, but I didn't have much time. We were given text, please, girls, get to know, learn this text, and we will translate it to Gagauz language. And really quickly, other translators joined us. We translated together into Gagauz language. It was hard because we almost didn't have a machine translator. We were doing it manually. And we used the language learned from childhood, learned thanks to parents, and there are many word expressions from Turkish language because it's related to Gagauz. And our team, we had a girl who works as a correspondent on television, on Gagauz television. Our technical support organized and agreed to have live broadcast, and this way entire conference was broadcasted live at the Gagauz television. Conference Global Crisis Time for Truth. We managed to translate whole conference all the time. We were standing together till the last moment, and I would like to thank all people who are not indifferent. Thanks to all of you, creative society is being built by a rapid pace. We don't know each other personally, but our souls touch, and we create something which we didn't believe a year ago. Huge thanks to everyone. I'm not mentioning the names, but you all guys are worthy ones. Each of you is a hero of our time. And as I was saying before, I accidentally found information about creative society, and I understood the essence of creative society. I know for sure what is important for me. This is understanding between people. Living among mutual assistance and kindness, we hear each other, accept or don't accept each other, but I understood the one thing, that creative society is freedom of thoughts, freedom of actions, desire for joy, and joint work for the benefit of all. We are being inspired by people to the right path, and I think by our joint forces we will achieve the goal of creative society. We all gathering all people of the entire planet, we will preserve our planet Earth, and I want each person to be notified and not remain in ignorance. Thank you all. Give the floor further.
Thank you, Snezhana. Thank you so much for participating, for translating. And there are many people around the world. In each region of the world, there are people who join, sometimes as participants of the translation team first. And then the information during the conference, it just cannot leave anyone away from the project itself, because people who translate, they understand the importance of information, join the project, and actively participate in. One of such true heroes is our participant from Pakistan, Raja Zafar. please, let's listen to Rajal Zafar.
Assalamu alaikum. May peace and blessings to you all. My name is Fawad Zafar and I was the part of the last event of Global Creative Society, Global Crisis and Time for Truth. I have done master in statistics, and during my studies we had analyzed the data related to food insecurity, and we come to know that world is becoming insecure with respect to food, and in many regions of the world the situation is very worse. So during my study I come to know that there would be three main problems of the future. One would be the food crisis, food insecurity. The other can be wider crisis, and third would be the energy crisis. And there is a very interesting fact that all these three main issues are related to climate change. So climate change can affect all of these things, which are actually main source, or you can say our resource for human existence. So I had some information and observation related to climate change in my mind, and when some of the volunteers contacted me for the simultaneous translation in our regional language, so I agreed and become the part of the team. Initially I thought that it will be a service to the society and for the greater benefit of the society, that I must participate in this for awareness purpose. But then during translation I came to know that very horrible fact related to this climate change. Media is not reporting. In fact, some of the information is being manipulated and not presented to general public. So we had an idea that why don't we use data to present this information to these platforms and to humanity. So we are also using data and seeing that how the data is being manipulated to keep the most of the public in the dark, so that maybe some of the person can benefit from it. So I am very excited and I am very motivated for this cause, and I will be in future I will be a part of this coming events, and I will do whatever it needs me to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your sincere speech. There is no doubt that we all will do everything possible to bring creative society into the world. And now I give a word to Nitusmita Saikia from India. The floor is yours.
Thank you, dear host. Hello, friends. I am Nitusmita Saikia from India. It was a very memorable moment at which I came to know about Creative Society and got an invitation to be volunteer for simultaneous translation work. Now, I would say that I really am happy to be part of this society and literally enjoyed this translation work. And it was very amazing when I knew that being simultaneous translator, my voice was reaching worldwide audience with other volunteers around the world. And yes, in each conference that I had participated, almost 4 to 5 conferences of Creative Society, the translation was done more than 100 foreign languages. It was really amazing, and it really boosted our enthuse and confidence. And I would say the very important issues always have been raised in all conferences of creative society, such as climate change, influence of artificial intelligence in our modern life, consumerist society and their impact, their influence on human life, science and its impact, and many more. Actually, to unite entire human race on a common platform, to make them aware of these issues so that we all can find a proper solution to all these problems. Yes, we translators actually are very privileged one, because we get all this information, we get chance to read all this fact firsthand. During translation, my personal experience, during translation, many times I got goosebumps reading those sensitive speeches of thinkers, great scientists, research person, intellectuals, and to know the truth of all these burning issues, the reality behind all these social makeovers, all these makeovers. And I would say that where we human are going actually, are we really going to become extinct from this planet? Are we going to become slave of artificial intelligence robots, or we are under surveillance of Anunnaki? All these are interesting, different from my discipline. I got to know the various important issues, and yes, through all the sessions of my translation, I gained a lot of confidence, because it has enhanced my knowledge, have made obviously friends around the world, and I became aware. And all these real issues of this era where we are living, we are suffering without even knowing. It's a great opportunity from creative society to volunteers like us to read the words of all the intellectual thinkers who are continuously working for the welfare of human lives, and they are concerned about. And when they are on a common platform, it is we translators who carry their words to the people around the world, to global audience. We give our voice to their words, their messages, so that people can understand easily in their own regional language. I really feeling very privileged, very proud to be part of such a big team. And that is what actually I have experienced, and I will continue to work as a translator for Creative Society. That's a promise. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wow. Really, when we see and hear how many people from all over the world already joined, and for you, it's just a great inspiration for each one of us to hear in words like yours. And thank you for being with us. And just a geography of people who we would consider living so far away. Thanks to this project, we realized there are no strangers in our world. We are all one big family. And the next participant, the next member of our family, Awol Abazinab from Ethiopia. Please, the floor is yours.
Greetings. My name is Awol Abazinab. I'm from Jimma, Ethiopia. And the volunteer participants of Creative Society movement. And I'm an online simultaneous interpreter and translator to Amharic language. So, I participated on more than 3 big conferences and many other discussions of different topics of the movements. It was difficult for me when I participated for the first time because I'm new for such activity, and also my ability of speaking my third language, that means English, is also I had poor ability. Because of that, I was afraid to speak what I wanted to say freely. But now I'm developing the ability to discuss freely what I wanted to say, and also I'm getting to good level of interpretation and translation of the program, because I'm happy by being the member of the Creative Society movement, because I feel internally to create such a society in my life. And when I get this movement, I feel inside what I can't express in words. And ALLATRA books leads me to all of you to be a member of this great human movement. So I'm very happy to be with you and to participate in the movements. And what I am doing is just doing it for the benefit of the society, and that is my joy. So now I am somehow developing the ability of speaking freely and discussing freely with different parts of, or with different peoples all over the world, or with the family of the Creative Society movement. At the same time, the skill of translation is also developing and progressing to a good level. Just participating in the Creative Society movement is a good thing, and everyone should join this movement, this human family, to survive from the coming climate disaster. And conveying this movement's conferences to different languages of the people or different languages of the world is very important, because it helps to convey the informations by their own language, and everybody can hear freely by his own language and start discussing what is going on in the world. So it makes pupils to get together and join the Creative Society movement and start discussing how to survive from the climate disaster destroying our world. Thank you.
Thank you, dear brother Avol. We can feel your passion. And now we will hear from Rosa. She will share her experience with us. Rosa, the floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Rosa. I'm from Kazakhstan. I'm happy to greet everyone. Today we live in an era of change. The old world is living, but living it wants to destroy our planet and sow discord among people. Today everyone must decide which pole he gravitates to. Everyone must make a choice. He is for creation or for destruction. There is no other choice. It is very important for people to know about this. And I'm translate the conferences into Chuvash language. I would like to say that in front of our eyes, taking place change all over the planet. Many people suffered from climate catastrophes, but does many people know the true cause of it, or they have incomplete and misleading information. And international conferences that takes place on this platform, these are examples of unification and creation. And we translate the conferences on Chuvash language, and the first conference we were conducting, this is what the prophets dreamed of. This is a topic close to me, and I think to every person. Every human wants to live in a society of justice, peace and creation. But the prophets showed us the way out of this situation we are now. And there is already a project, Creative Society, where the main value is human life. Of course, there have been fears and doubts whether I will manage it. And of course, I know my native language really well. I was teaching pupils in school Chuvash language, but all my technical capabilities was giving me doubts, and I want to express gratitude to all technical services who showed us how to work with the computer, how to work with microphone, headphones. And of course, I'm really happy for our friendly team and mutual assistance that are being given to us from the conference to conference to contribute to the common goal for the benefit for everyone. I'm pleased that in ALLATRA movement there are a lot of young people, and it inspires and gives hope that we will have a bright future. Our team is translating right now texts for the Creative Society website. We discuss together, help each other, and the key to our success, of course, is a team. We also prepare for the forum on May 7th, Global Crisis, We Are People, We Want to Live. We want to live in peace, in unity. We want to live in friendship. And everyone who's watching this live broadcast right now and also wants to join as a translator or as a technical support, I encourage you to join us, because united we can, and this is our main force. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rosa. Truly, our power is in unity, and unity of people from all around the world. And our next participant, our next hero who translated by herself our conference into Macedonian language, Betty Mihailova from Macedonia. Please, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone, greetings. It's Betty from Macedonia, part of translation team. I would like to share with you how about the importance of information. And as we all witness from the previous conferences and from our daily lives in general, this information are very important, because there is so much more than just information. This is the truth supported by proofs and scientific facts that can not be denied no more. It's the truth that we witness and face every day, and it's not spoken fully because someone chooses that way for us. But we can change that all. This information concerns us all, and it has the potential to make the positive change we're all looking for. First step by learning about it and uniting gives so much hope for choosing life. The forum that's going to happen on May 7th is a chance to make the right choice for whole of humanity. This is the main reason why I'm participating in such a long hours of translation myself. It's because this is a truth that cannot be denied, and it's felt inside while translating is overwhelming. It keeps me going without realizing how fast time has passed, and it was 8 hours gone from the conference already, but it didn't feel that way. It's such a pleasure to be part of this project of all humanity. Thank you for all who are involved and participate in making it real and possible for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Betty. It's so great to hear from you, and thank you so much what you have done. I don't think you understand how hard it is to translate a full conference, but you did it, and you are a real hero. And I'm so proud of each person in the little squares that you're looking at. Those are the real heroes of our lifetime. So now let's hear from another participant, Andrea from Slovenia, as she will share the importance of taking part in translations.
Thank you, dear Olga. Greetings to all of you, dear friends. So Boštjan and I first took part in translating the conference Creative Society United We Can, which was held in December 2020. We had absolutely no experience in simultaneous interpreting, so this was the first time that we participated in an event like that. It was a bit scary, I have to admit, because we did not know what exactly to expect. It was all new for us, but we felt that we have to do it, and so we did it anyway. And it was a precious experience, and we learned a lot. So the next conference was, of course, a lot easier to prepare, and we were definitely more confident. And each subsequent conference went even better. So we translated all the Creative Society conferences since December 2020, and we will also translate the forum, which will be held in May this year. When we understood the importance of building Creative Society, it was somehow a natural decision to help as much as we can to convey this crucial information to Slovenian people. We all want to live in such a society. And since the information stage, which is taking place right now, is very important and necessary for all the next stages, informing Slovenians about this project and why it is so important and the only solution for humanity is a must for us. The Creative Society can only be built if we unite as humanity, all the people of the world. And that means that everybody has to know about this project. A lot of Slovenian people speak at least one foreign language, but I think that you comprehend the information much, much better if you get it in your native language. And this way, anybody can listen and also understand, which is very, very important. It is a great honor and a privilege to be involved in such a crucial project for all humanity. And I'm really pleased that Slovenians can know about it too. Our translation team is small, but it's slowly growing. And with each conference, our translations are getting better. All information related to Creative Society should be accessible to everyone. So I am very grateful to be able to contribute a small part in bringing the Creative Society one step closer to being a reality. And I would like to thank all of you, dear friends, for everything that you are doing, and we just have to keep on going. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. And yes, we will keep on going till we live in a Creative Society. And thank you to all the translators that are working so hard to make sure that every person hears about Creative Society in their own language. Of course, none of it would be possible without our amazing technical team, which Tali will tell us more about the innovations they use, the technology they use to bring the Creative Society. And of course, they are behind the scenes. But when we show up to do live broadcasts and when we show up to do forums and other events that we host online, we know that our technical team will take care of us. Tali, please share with us what is our technical team is doing and how are they helping to spread the information?
Of course, Olga, thank you so much. Really, when I talk to the people and I tell my friends and just people I meet that we organize events that are being translated into 100 languages, people simply cannot wrap their heads around it. Like, how is it possible to do something that is not even being done by the biggest TV companies? Like, we talking about level of the Olympic Games or anything like that cannot even compare, because those are local broadcasts, but this is coordinated from one with one purpose, to inform people on non-financial basis, nothing, it's all done by people. So how is it possible? And when I was talking to our technical team, I asked them, how is this possible? And what I found out, that it all is the result of tremendous experience that our technical team was able to collect throughout the years and years of work. Because as everything big, it all started from very simple streams, from very simple technical solutions. Then it grew up into games of professionals, where people started doing the first international streams, the first translations into multiple language. And what they told me, our heroes, our technical support heroes, they told us that the solutions that they are using, they are not complicated. They are in fact very simple, but just the work, how it all works together, the number of the solutions, their integration, this is something very special and unique that they developed throughout the years of work. And there is nothing like that in the world right now, because it's a huge combination of efforts of so many people around the world. And when I was talking to our technical support, I found out that each person, each IT specialist, each person with a background in technologies, in tech, who joined the team of Creative Society, each one of them brought something special, some unique experience. So if you are watching this stream and you have background in tech and you think that Creative Society got it all figured out already and they don't need your help, my friend, with you, we're going to make so much more. Like, there is no limit to how much one person can contribute, because efforts of every person is priceless and can help to inform many, many people around the world. So once again, I want to thank all our technical support. Those are the people that we don't see on screen, but those are the people that without their participation, it wouldn't be possible to have even one stream. And I want to thank all the people who are behind the scenes of this very exact live stream that we have right now. I know that these are the people that even physically, they're in different locations around the world and still working together as one team. Thank you so much, friends. Thank you. And right now, I would like to proceed to our next part of our stream. It's going to be the part where we are going to talk to our volunteers from the ecology team. And I would like to start with Anna Kotlyar. Please, the floor is yours.
Hello, Tali. Hello, dear friends. Thank you very much, everyone. I'm living in Israel and I'm a participant of the Creative Society movement. I am happy. We're all in my heart that I have the opportunity to build the kind of society that I want to live in. I like any mother inwardly wish them a happy and safe life. This feeling gives me the strength to the act and understanding of responsibility for the future. This is why I'm a part of the preparation for the forum Global Crisis. We are people we want to live on May 7, 2022. The ecology is one of the bright and obvious
a picture of our consumerist society, our cruel, our greedy.
Потому что наша планета истощена, что мы забираем из нее все те природные ресурсы, все те блага,
We take from our planet all the natural resources and we give back only poison and waste. Our planet is poisoned so much, the water and air, that scientists call this the sixth massive extinction of a kind, and this is impossible not to notice, and everyone talks about this. And in the last 50 years, world leaders, public figures talk about it, that we need to change it in the shortest time possible and improve the environmental situation. We hear these statements already for 50 years. But why? This situation getting worse every day, and why? Seeing all the obviousness of the problem is not being solved. Exactly, we are the team who deal with environmental issues. How? Ask the question, how realistic in the consumeristic format of society, how we can solve environmental problems in a society where money, power is valued more than a human life. Human life is worthless and human future worth nothing. Can we solve environmental problems in this system of values? And we started to analyze on specific examples. For example, the topic of forests. We understand that forests is necessary for our existence. They give oxygen, they protect our life. But we cutting down trees, we cutting it down by the entire regions, and we saying that this is necessary to stop the deforestation. But how we can do it in a society where nowadays the budget, the finance of whole countries depends on the fact that we have to cut down forests? So on the one hand, we must cut them down. On the other hand, if they will stop, and if we will stop doing it, the millions of people will be left without means for existence. This is absurd, but these are realities in which we live right now. And if we won't change the consumer format of society, we come to the dead end. The consumer format is dead end, and it makes us destroy what gives us life. Let's take an example how we deal with environmental problems, the system of fines. The amount, the size of fines, they are much less than the cost for the company for re-equipment production, for the environmentally friendly technologies. Again, we face some kind of external conflicts, some kind of hopelessness. One of the brightest examples, this is plastic problem. Today, it has been proven that plastic is poisonous and harmful for human health, and we only increasing the production. Why can't we stop in this race of self-destruction? I asked probably too much of dead-end questions, but this reflects the state of our society. Let's now watch the video dedicated to plastic, so we would understand the problem in more details, and we'll continue talking about the ways out as well in the creative society.
Do you know that you eat, inhale and drink 5 grams of microplastic in a week? That's the weight of a plastic ATM card. Where does it all come from? Microplastics are found in seawater, beer and shellfish. What about drinking water? Microplastic is found in 83% of tap water and 93% of bottled water samples. From the study performed by the non-profit journalistic organization Orb Media, in your body, Microplastic releases dangerous toxic substances that slowly destroy you. We have polluted the planet that we eat our own garbage, thereby signing a sentence for ourselves and our children. Nowadays, the problem of plastic concerns everyone, but it is impossible to solve it in the existing consumer format. But we can change everything. Join the forum Global Crisis. We are people. We want to live on May 7th, 2022, and together we will change the world.
Нам необходим созидательный формат.
We need a creative format of society. Only in a creative format of society, where the value of human life is in the first place, safety for human, where we use technologies that preserve human life, that allows us to think about the future, where scientists develop technologies that provide us with everything necessary. They simply give us possibility to earn money. Scientists need to have opportunity to talk openly about the existing problems and about the ways out. Only in a creative society will we be able to solve the problems that we are facing right now. And in this particular case, environmental problems can be solved only in creative society. Therefore, friends, I personally consider it's my personal responsibility to inform about creative society. I want for all people on the planet Earth to know that there is a way out. If we look at some absurd things, if we are not agree with what is going on, and we know that there is a way out in a creative society, so let's share this with others. When we are all together, we'll be able to talk openly about our desire to live in a creative society, then it will be impossible to stop this wave. Thank you so much to everyone, and I'm really grateful for the fact that there is such a project as Creative Society. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And of course, the problem with ecology is impossible to solve in the consumeristic way of living. And we already covered many other topics that our volunteers are covering. Basically, each one of them is covering a huge crisis in one sphere or another. But now we are getting to the very root cause of our problems, of this global crisis we're having. And it is the consumerist format of the society. Consumerist approach to living, where money rules everything and human life worth nothing. So right now we're going to hear from our next speaker more about what kind of society we are living today and what is the difference. What is the difference that we can make to build a different format of living, constructive and creative? Please, Alexei Prudkov. The floor is yours.
Hi guys, my name is Alexei. I would like to tell you why I'm involved in the preparations for the forum, Global Crisis, where people, we want to live, in a group which studies funds, international organizations and misuse of funds. Actually, this question has always interested me as I grew up in a town where there are lots of such organizations, and I wondered how it is possible that billions of dollars are spent for decades, while the problems these funds are supposed to solve remain unsolved. Not only the government gives money to these organizations, but these organizations also do a lot of aggressive advertising in cities, at least in which I've been in Switzerland, and they're sending letters, just throwing them in the mailboxes asking for a donation. The same thing we're also seeing now in a paper and different posts on Instagram, for example, where famous people are asking for the organizations to do subscriptions, for example, for donations, and it's monthly donations. None of the problems have been solved. Neither the HANA problem nor the war problem, as well as the problem of educating children, because children die of hunger, die to military conflict and so on. And when guys and I start looking into this topic, we're just amazed at how neglected everything was. If you look at the United Nations drama, you can see how it covers all areas of activity. I mean, wherever help is needed, there is one of the United Nations unit that's doing it. And total budget of these United Nations organizations exceeds the national income of many countries. And even the same figures that they themselves announce, which are necessary to fight world hunger, for example, and we tried to figure it out with the guys and came up with some very interesting findings about why all of this is happening and how we got to the point where a huge tens of thousands people work every day. Yeah, good people who work hard and really do what they like, thinking they're doing good in the world. Maybe that's all be fine if not for the true goal these organizations set out to achieve. And just studying their financial statements, not looking at how they operate, we came to very interesting conclusions that it all comes down to the same consumerist format of society in which money is more important than human life. In this society, people do not hesitate to profit from others people's deaths and despair, and the problems will never be solved, because if the problem is solved, then there would be no need for those who solve it. And there have been a lot of interesting discoveries and insights about how we are shifting responsibility to somebody else, and thereby absolving ourselves of examining the problem, just paying off. And the fact that in the end nothing gets done afterwards, and we don't even ask why the problem still hasn't been solved. And we're all involved in this. Each one of us gets taxed up every year, and out of those taxes, money is being paid into those organizations without informing us, and nothing changes. Some organizations have existed for 75 or 76 years, and the problems have not been solved. And every year the budget grows. Every year they need more and more money, so they foresee the size of the disasters, the size of the issue they want to, some way to cope with is going to grow. And why it happens? All for the same reasons that they were living in the consumerist format, as I said. And I'd like to invite everyone who would like to help gather more information, to analyze that we find, to compare numbers, and everybody who cares, who really wants to change this world for the better, who wants people to know the truth about what's really going on. We'll be glad to see everyone who joins us, and thank you so much. Thank you for that. There are already so many of us, and there's so much work being done, and so many fronts, and so many groups. And when you see that scope, it's just incredibly exciting. about what all of us together can accomplish. And a huge thank you to everyone who is already involved in the project, in preparation for the forum, and in all other projects of the movement. Thank you all, and see you soon.
Thank you so much, Alex. Really, we spend so much of our money through our taxes that go further to the organization who's supposed to fight the problems. But if you think about it, if they would solve any problem in the consumerist format of living, they would stay without jobs. They would lose their own jobs. And this is unacceptable in the consumerist format of living. So, interestingly enough, the organizations who are fighting problems are not interested in problems disappearing. They are interested in constantly fighting the problems. Let's take a look at the consumerist format of the society through, for example, traffic accidents and the problems on the roads. And for that, I will pass the word to our next speaker, Yuri Garpinich. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Tali. Greetings, friends. Our team is searching for information about road accidents and the latest technology that can solve this problem, and technologies of artificial intelligence. While researching the material, the information, we found the statistics that says that average on people are killed each year in traffic accidents around the world, 1,300,000 people. By comparison, just over the military conflicts around the world, death is over 144,000 people. You might say right now, wow, this is a number, and this is exactly what we decided to include this information in the article which will be voiced on the forum on the May 7th. Because if whole humanity will see the scale of this tragedy, we had some technical issue.
Okay, looks like we have some technical issues with Yuri. Maybe we can pass the word to our next speaker about technologies, Radovan Dobrovodsky.
Thank you very much, Tali. I joined the group Absurdity of Technology, where I saw that the creative society actually stands for crushing down the boundaries that are preventing us to have access to technology that we can already use for preserving life and make it thrive. For example, we sink in litter. A continent of plastic is floating in the ocean. We have already an example for a solution that recycles almost every material into initial raw resource, even contaminated and stained, in infinite cycle. We have difficulties to search for people in catastrophic sites and to identify obstacles that are awaiting for the emergency forces to arrive on site of a catastrophe. The drones, which are perfect for that task, are used for delivering pizzas and popcorn. Children are dying because they are drinking poisoned water or have not access to water at all. Yet there are already technologies, at least a decade, that can clean water or make it from the air. There are a lot of examples like that which we did know before we began to work on our group, Absurdity of Technology. And it is exciting to know that we have it already here. The work in this group made it clear. a tangible example that we have everything already in front of our eyes. So it is only our mindset that is holding us to unleash our full potential and to get rid of the problems that we are facing now. The work in this group showed us that many technologies are also hidden from our eyes. And how many successful scientists are searching for financing, and how many technologies have been bought out and then not implemented. And if people until now thought that there has to be something invented, something has to be constructed, through our work, we can directly show the people that we don't have to wait anymore. Through the videos, we can directly point out that only and only our mindset is the one that needs to be changed. We can point out solutions, and the solutions will be discussed on the forum Global Crisis. We are people. We want to live. So please join our team. We are learning by doing, and we are trying to get the message to every corner of the world. And your contribution is essential for speeding up the process to achieve our common goal. We are not specialists in this field, but we try our best to secure the information so the truth can be spread about the opportunities we have and the forum where the topics will be discussed. Thank you very much. I pass the word.
Давайте сейчас послушаем Юрия, он уже подключился.
Let's listen, Yuri. He connected back. Do you want to continue?
Мы вас не слышим. Включите, пожалуйста, звук.
Turn on your microphone.
Да, ребят, спасибо. Извините,
Yes.
пожалуйста, за небольшие
Sorry
технические накладочки.
for this technical
Мы
delay.
с командой занимаемся поиском
Together with our
информации по
team,
тематике
we searching
аварийности на дорогах.
for information about accidents on the
Этой
roads.
проблемы с помощью
And
технологий искусственного интеллекта.
by
В процессе изучения информации по данной
by
тематике
solving this problem, thanks to artificial intelligence.
статистикой.
And while researching the statistics, we found that
В среднем в
on average,
происшествиях по всему миру
all over the
погибает
world,
1 300 000 человек.
1,300,000 people are killed each year in traffic accidents. By comparison, just over 144,000 people died in military conflicts around the world in 2021. And you might say right now, this is really a huge number. And this is truly so. Exactly that's why we decided that this number should be voiced at the forum of May 7th, so all people would see the scale of the catastrophes that takes place on the roads, and we together would be able to solve this problem. The problem with our consumeristic format is that behind these numbers, we don't see the real fate of people and their tragedy. And during the preparation for the forum, we take interviews with people, with eyewitnesses who lost their relatives in the road traffic, who got significant damage during car accidents. And you know, these feedbacks, these videos, they are impressive and they cannot leave us indifferent. Today, in the world, there is a huge amount of technology that can solve the problem of accidents on the road completely. These are unmanned cars and tracks, global traffic control system based on artificial intelligence technologies and technological roads. There are already such systems, but the problem of consumeristic format that all these technologies are implemented on spot and they are not serving to whole humanity. They serve to replenish capital of certain individuals and corporations. Another important aspect which should be voiced is that in the consumer format of society, the implementation of artificial intelligence technology will lead to mass unemployment, which in turn will cause huge consequences. We understand that artificial intelligence does not get tired. It is more effective than a human being. It is able to solve complex problems. It is always careful and attentive, and it will never get into a traffic accident, and therefore human cannot compare to artificial intelligence. And here is important aspect that this is crucially important for us. Building of a creative society where we can completely solve the problem of road accidents. Society of every person where you and I will have a basic income which allow us to live comfortably. That's why right now, together with guys, we are organizing and preparing this information for the forum on May 7th, 2021, because it's important for us to voice all the aspects and benefits of creative society. And this is joyful. I am a driver myself. And when preparation for the forum began, it was voiced that one of the directions will be dedicated to the road traffic. I had no doubts that I will participate, and this is really pleasant. And my friend, I urge you not to be indifferent. Join us. Let's act together. After all, with you, we will build creative society much faster than without you. Thank you so much. I give the floor further. Thank you so much, Yuri. This is really important words that everyone's contribution is important. And looking back, what Radovan said and what you said, this is really seeing what opportunities our humanity has already now, what potential we have. We understand the extreme need to build a creative society. After all, it will be implemented not only on paper, but in real life. In general, participating in the preparation of the conferences and forums under the topics of global crisis, I learn more and more about the real states of our society and the scale of impending threats. The global financial, economic, ecological, anthropological, climate crisis are already the reality of our present day. How can the modern human get such a comprehensive overview? The media presents one picture, highlighting some topics and not covering others. Bloggers and independent journalists and other media often show only one part of the whole, not mentioning the fact that there is no interconnection of all crises. How a person can have a holistic picture. And from my personal experience, I understood that participating in such projects gives this opportunity to figure it out collectively together in all the threats and problems, but also share it with all the inhabitants of the planet. This is modern heroism, acting for the life of all mankind, warning people and sharing truthful and honest information about the growing danger climate catastrophes. And I understood that the creative society begins with your attitude to be active, to help all of the society, not to be silent, to think about how you will act, but to take it and do it. To take an example of those who are already doing everything possible to make the creative society our reality. And when talking about technologies, I would like to talk about the potential, and I would like to share great news about the third development of XP Energy company of the multi-purpose complex Восход, which solved the main problem of the consumer society, corruption. There is a video with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, where he says in detail about the prospects of using this unique complex, about how this complex will help and accelerate the transition to a new creative format of society. This development gives a clear understanding that by depriving the modern impunity of corruptionists, this phenomenon will disappear from our society once and for all. We are all eager to get acquainted with this development. And according to the website of XP Energy, on February 23, 2022, the developers have completed the comprehensive testing of Восход multipurpose complex, that is, completed the project. A detailed description of Восход multipurpose complex will be provided on March 7, 2022, 5 p.m. GMT at xpenergy.com. And I would like to take the opportunity and express my enormous gratitude to Igor Mikhailovich Danilov and developers from XP Energy for your contribution to the development of the creative society. Thank you so much. And I give the floor to the team from the next block, Economics. And Елена will give you the floor.
Hello, friends. My name is Elena, and today I would like to present the economic block that will be presented at the forum. And the main topic within the blog covers the credit slavery. Why this topic is so important along with global issues like climate, and why do we raise it, the economic topic, at the forum. Today, the whole world is in such a situation where the economic system, including the financial system, is enslaving all of us. What should serve us has literally enslaved us. It makes us financial slaves. Every person on the planet, no matter where he lives, is enslaved to the credit. And when we started working on this topic, we thought it would not apply to everyone, but only to those people who have taken out the credit and loans. But it was not true. As we dived deep into this topic, into studying this topic, at first we learned about the real slavery that people from different countries fall into because of credit. And then we started to look into the global credit system, and as it turned out, today the world's debt is $226 trillion, and that's 2.5 times more than entire world economy earns per year. And it became obvious that all these debts are impossible to pay back. These are just bubble that consumes people in countries. Loans lead to severe psychological conditions and drive people to suicide. Loans also, it seemed that we would not find scarier information than that, but it turned out that credit addiction in poor countries encourages people to sell their own organs or even their children. Parents are forced to sell one child in order to feed other children. And financial and credit system makes us slaves. People are so consumed with their own problems so that they do not notice anything around them. Even they don't notice the real enemy, such as climate. The current economic situation accelerates the humanitarian catastrophe. And while studying the economic system, we came to a conclusion that changing it, some certain parts of it, is not possible. We can change it only as a whole. And the whole world right now needs a complete reset of the system. The more we discuss these topics, the more we gain the clarity about how the economic system can operate in the creative society that will serve people. And it's very gratifying that many new people from different countries have joined the preparation: scientists, practitioners, businessmen, and just people who are actively interested in this topic. And also an interesting fact that in the framework of preparation for the forum, we interviewed one of the most famous business consultants in the world, and we were surprised and inspired that he sees the same way out of the situation as we do. And this way out is the creative society. And this is the complete reset of the system. And it turns out that people in politics and in big business circles understand that the only way out is to change the system completely. And the forthcoming conference, the forthcoming forum, is an opportunity for specialists and professionals to pull together their experience and to find ways and solutions to change the format of society as soon as possible. And with each new participant, the prospects are open for us that we could not even think about, because each person brings in a new wave that accelerates and brings us closer to our goal. Therefore, friends, please join the Creative Society project and join the preparation of the forum, because every person accelerates us times more. And what I wanted to add, I would also like to present the next video that we will watch in a minute. And since we are working in the economic way, people right now taking care of tomorrow, they think about where they should invest their money. Some buy cryptocurrencies, and some do some speculations that are useless, basically. And the only way that you can invest into the future that will lead us to a normal, flourishing future is the investment into the creative society, into your future and your life. Thank you so much. And I would like to pass the floor to Christian that will talk about the next block of preparation to the forum that is directly connected with the climate and green business. Christian, please, the floor is yours.
Elena, friends, first of all, thank you so much for this wonderful video that should reach every single person in the world of business and finance as of today. Because no single business is really sustainable unless it is in the creative society and oriented towards improving human life. Dear friends, at the conference on December 4th, we discussed the topic of CO2, which is the greatest deception of our time, and the business behind it. Currently, I'm diving even deeper into the topic of climate finance, preparing for the next international forum, Global Crisis, We Are People, We Want to Live, on May 7th, 2020. And I would like to share some insights on this. Climate change is the most serious threat to our lives, both for individual human beings as well as for the entire humanity. We are all in great danger already today. With every passing day, there is a sharply increasing risk of a natural disaster occurring out of nowhere in the blink of an eye, with no previous warning, with an unprecedented power anywhere on this planet. If you are still safe and you think that, well, it cannot be that bad, or not in my city, or, well, not in the near future, or, well, we'll manage this somehow as we always did, please watch the conference from December 4th, Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. There are many short video fragments with the key information. Look at the facts by yourself. Listen to what true scientists have to say on this. Investigate this on your own. Invest a bit of time to develop your own opinion on this. And in the meantime, we have no real solutions, but we make a business out of this. Currently, we spend $570 billion per year to reduce CO2 by developing solar and wind power plants, switching to electric cars, and decarbonizing the transportation and industrial sector. The United Nations calls this mitigation. This is so absurd. We take off the electrical grid power plants with a guaranteed energy output and replace them with solar and wind power plants with a zero guaranteed energy output, which are, by the way, much more expensive and also environmentally unfriendly. Today, we pay high energy bills in order to risk blackouts in the future. And for adaptation to climate change and its consequences, which is indeed important, we spend only a fraction of the money compared to this mitigation, to this nonsense. And 60% of this money is provided by loans. And when providing climate finance assistance to developing countries, maybe you know from the media the $100 billion pledge, 80% of this money to developing countries goes as loans, and interest is being charged. Even the official numbers behind this climate assistance to developing countries are artificially inflated. We count hotels and conference centers as climate finance. So even in this case, there's cheating and lying, or you can call it maybe business as usual in this consumeristic format of society. And no one provides real financial assistance for loss and damage. So if you are affected by a natural disaster, in order to rebuild your house and infrastructure, you have to take new loans and pay, of course, interest. Interestingly, this I found most important, and think about this. Official reports say, on the one hand, that we should increase spending on climate finance, on mitigation, to $4 trillion in the next 10 years. But on the other hand, we would see the benefits only after 20 years from today. Please think about it yourselves. And all this information I researched while preparing for the next forum, Global Crisis, We Are People, We Want to Live, scheduled for May 7th, 2022. It is really amazing to see how today at the core of each topic praised by the governments and the media, there is only deceit, business, pseudoscience, a mockery of all real human values. It's also a unique experience to work in a multinational team of independent volunteers with different professional backgrounds, all united in this goal of voicing the truth. In our interactions as volunteers, I noticed so much genuine kindness, care, and respect for each other. We interact as people, contributing with our knowledge, skills, languages, and improving the project output. This year I had an understanding how important it is to really listen to everyone in the group, how every single volunteer enriches our common output, knowledge, and results, how each of us is in his daily life in a sort of bubble or box, and only together we can get out of the box. Very often, being in our boxes, we don't see the human in the other person. In our consumerist society, we pursue fictions, numbers, personal gains, egoistic goals. But the goal of everything we do should be the human. Volunteering for the Creative Society project teaches me personally humanness and friendship. In many actually out-of-the-box situations, bringing me as well out of my personal box. We need as soon as possible a truly humane, creative society. First, to survive climate change, and then to thrive as worthy humans. This is the only way out of this dead box, united in this common goal. I understand now that we really need every one of the 8 billion people in the creative society. Only then, when everybody is in this project, we realize our full potential of humanity. We maximize our synergies when everyone is in this boat. Thank you.
Спасибо, Кристиан, за твою пламенную речь от всего сердца.
Thank you, Christian, for your speech from the bottom of your heart, and I would like to continue your speech with such an insight that I just got right now about the green energy. You know, friends, only in consumerist format it's possible that people with desires, with serious faces, give money for this green energy. And we give these billions to the wind, away to nothing. But of course we understand that it's not in nowhere, but they end up in pockets. Together with my friends, with my colleagues, we study a very serious problem. Problem of violence. It is studied in the frame of forum Global Crisis, where people will want to live. Why we are studying this topic right now, and why it will be prepared for the forum. Today, I have a lot of time have this insight, this thought that we have facing our common enemy. I want to emphasize the climate is our common goal. Not we are enemies to each other, but climate is our common enemy. And there are really a huge number of problems that we are facing as humanity today. We really need to look at it seriously, because then we'll have a chance to survive. And of course we have these questions. When we are, as a people, when we are ready to unite as one front, how we interact with each other, what kind of relationships do we have? These problems really demonstrate their reality. We contact many specialists from all over the world. We study the materials, scientific data, statistics, articles, and then we make one common picture, one for you that for the further interviews and for the materials that will be published. But we want really to answer this question: are we ready? Are we ready as a people? As people, and most of the time, today and before, we really understand that violence in our society is really at the highest point. It reaches its apogee, and every day we encounter this violence. We see it. We experience it ourselves. And from everywhere we see this violence, aggression pouring out of every hole. And there is no one on earth who never heard about killing somebody, about this horror of this format. And we start to understand and comprehend violence as really as normal. But a society should be without violence, and we should really know about it. And in order to answer this question and answer two questions, the real cause of violence, and can we build a human society? We do it with the experts from around the world, people who are really on the front lines right now, this problem, and are helping us answer these questions. And they really do it for their own money, do it from the bottom of their hearts, and they really want to appreciate their job. And really, when the guys are doing interviews with them, they are very happy to as an answer, because right now there are people who are not indifferent. Right now there are people who are studying this topic not for PR or for some advertisement, but really to solve it, really to solve this issue. And when they see our seriousness, when they understand why we are doing that, and I want to cite a bit one of the specialists. I really appreciate what you're doing, because of you, I really have this hope, because everything what I do in my life, I try to solve this problem, and now I see that it really can be solved. And these reviews, this feedback is really valuable. And of course, there is another example of our communication with specialists and understanding this issue in the society. Before, I haven't even a way that people are capable of such a violence. I want to give one of the example. It is there are cases, and it's not a single case; it's a systematical cases when people make children to lose their eyes and amputate their parts of their bodies in order to sell them, in order to make them ask for monies on the street. Children are used as goods. Children really undergo are used to in order to just for the person's instincts. I haven't heard. I heard it really often about it when I talk to specialists. How one can really comprehend it. How can I understand it? Because even animals. I mean, are we animals?
Okay, looks like we have some interruptions with the connection issues with Dennis. So I would like to pass the floor to our next speaker, Manoj Gurani. Please, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone, my name is
Здравствуйте. Меня зовут Алина.
Hello, my name is Alina. In the framework of preparation for the International Forum on May 7th, 2022, I'm participating in the search for information, recording interviews with eyewitnesses, as well as specialists who deal with the topic of violence and slavery, human slavery. These topics are a taboo in our society. It is not customary to discuss them. They are very sensitive topics. Do you doubt it? Then ask yourself, why are we silent when we know that every day, every minute, and every hour, children go missing, when we know how much violence is happening against women and children in different countries around the world, and this violence is carried out both within the family and within society, organizations, countries. Violence is the basis of a consumer society. That is why it is so important to cover this topic. I know and understand that it hurts a lot, and when you come across this information, you really want to run away and shut yourself up. But if you and I are not the first to start talking about it, then the topic of violence will remain predominant in our society. Answer yourself the question, is there at least one person today who has never experienced violence? No matter what kind of violence, psychological or physical. Remember your childhood, the period of your maturation, how we live, and how we then treat our loved ones. Do you know what surprises me the most? Each rapist believes that he is doing good to his victim and does not consider himself a rapist. The scale of this problem in our society is off the charts. And the forum on May 7th, 2022, for the first time in the world, for the first time in the history of humankind, we can unite all together and speak with one voice that we are against violence, that there is no and cannot be violence in the creative society. Therefore, many people have already today stepped over themselves and joined the information search group and the group that is working on the preparation of the block of violence for the conference on May 7th. This is an international team. It includes people from all over the world. Why? Because you really can't cover this topic by focusing on just one country. There are so many aspects to the fact that violence in our society is on the rise. The pandemic plays a big role, the economic situation, wars, traditions in society. And what worries me the most is that the trends are picking up. And today, bullying is the norm in almost every society. Friends, we can change this. That is why I would like to invite you to join the team working on this blog. Together, we communicate, together we support each other, and even when we learn about the real atrocities that occur in the consumer society, there is a big difference. We know that there is a way out. This is the creative society. We are building the creative society. There can be no violence in the creative society. And if we remain neutral today, if we remain silent, if we consider that it does not concern us, we, first of all, in this case, vote for violence. We say, okay, let it be with someone else. Let people continue to be sold for organs. Let people continue to be raped, killed. Let it be what it is. I feel good and warm. But if you do not agree with this, join the project. And indeed, the more we learn, the more our worldview expands, the more we understand the severity of the problems that exist in our society and the need to solve them together. And together, in our well-coordinated, friendly team, with support of each other, with the understanding that we are not just covering this topic in order to voice it and make everyone scared, but in order to find a solution, to expose the shame of the consumer society, once again, to say to ourselves, no violence, and move into the format of creative society. Join us, guys. We're waiting for everyone.
Thank you, Alina. I would like to introduce her, and she's also a participant of the Creative Society project, and she's participated to the preparation to the participate in the conference. She will participate in the forum, and she also now involved preparation of this serious, important topic. Sorry, I had some issues with my connection, and I would like to finish the thought that I have talked before, coming back to the... Yes, Alina also told us in the same key, in the same vein about this problem issue of violence. Coming back to the topic with children, there is also a very horrible thing in the story that people who are right now on the forefront of this problem, they face a dead end of these, because in this consumerist format, in this system, it's one person cannot solve these issues, even a group of people cannot solve this issue. Because you can just imagine people for their own cost, their own expenses, saving other people from slavery as volunteers. They have a queue of 70 persons in a line because they just don't have enough money to save them. When I heard these stories, and I really have just questions. What have we done with this world? How, when we turned to a different direction? I'm a father of 2 children, and I can say you openly, I'm not sure. I can say frankly that I'm not sure, I cannot even defend them. Nobody can protect their children, their own lives in this format. The consumerist format is a cause of this violence issue. It is the cause of violence in our society because it just deceitful, inhumane, it's absurd, and the main values are just twisted. That the main important thing that our consumerist format, based on faulty values, faulty understandings, and because right now money and the strive for power, strive for money are the dominating factor in our society, the dominating priority. And because of these wrong dominant priorities, we can justify any kind of violence and everything. And that's a paradox, because such moral monsters are just really few people, but good and honest and open people are really billions. And all persons who have these positive, creative input. Really, there are a lot of people, and we need to talk. Shouldn't be silent about it. We should really tell about it, and because we have this opportunity right now, it's not impossible to, in a moment, to change something. Changes this. It's possible, but we can do it together. We will just forget about this history, and everything depends on me, on you, and everyone. And depending on our active participation and our participation in this forum, and I would like to pass the word to the specialist. And I'm really thankful because this person is really involved in this topic. Is Manoj Rani. Specialist in anti-trafficking issue and anti-trafficking. I give you the word, please.
Hello everyone, my name is Manoj Gurani. I'm from Mumbai, India. As many know about me and my profession, but again I want to share about me a little bit. I'm a human rights activist and anti-trafficking specialist by professionally and socially. My most involved area is, I can say, 80% of sex trafficking and forced exploitation. You can define it as a forced prostitution. So So far, more than 5,000 innocent lives I have saved from organized crime. You can say it is the modern slavery, and facing more than 300 trials. And still I am very active in this field whenever I get the genuine information about the human trafficking and modern slavery. So I try to reach out there and help them who are seeking the help. And I would like to thank you, Creative Society, because it is the wonderful platform which is gathering people that may have very serious concern about the planet, climate change. So, you know, many things are ongoing across the world. It is just for the benefit. It is just for the power. And that also we know this planet is a very precious gift from God. So, and this Creative Society is bringing so much, you can say, the path where people are talking about the ongoing issues, about the solution, and keeping their serious concerns. So I will also thank you, each and every team member of the Creative Society, volunteers who are putting their hard effort day and night, and they are, you know, that making this webinar, and so they are reaching to the people, so they are interacting the scientists, specialists. As for now, this is my third or fourth interview, so I have heard so many people and so many specialists that I can say, given this credit to Creative Society, they were able to board them in a platform where we can talk, where people can talk about the problems and solutions. You know, again and again, I am repeating my statement about the modern slavery. Modern slavery, you can define it in many parts. The human trafficking also is there, exploitation is there, abuse is there, forced labor is there, bonded labor, many parts. Whatever you can say, it is the just the means just they wandering the profits through exploitation and abuse. And if you just if you know about the human trafficking, about the modern slavery, so I will say the human trafficking is the very danger part of the modern slavery, where just darkness is there, no hope is there, and the victims are very exploited in this field. And the most notorious part of this human trafficking, I can say, the sex trafficking, which is very largest profitable business of this organized crime being. I can say this is the this 100% profit and 0% risk. That's why this is thriving successfully across the world. No one can say that we are not affected by this human trafficking and this crime. It's happening everywhere, and it is very serious concern for us, as we are the human being and we have the responsibility to take care of this planet. And it's if whatever I am revealing here, it is my life experience. So whatever I have seen since 17 years, so I am revealing only that truth. Human trafficking, it's an organized crime which is handled by the syndicates. Those syndicates are divided in their sector. You can means define it. Sex trafficking syndicates, they operate only their sex trafficking mafia, and the child trafficking they only concentrate. So they divide it. No one interfere each other. And but when the crisis come, they help each others. In this sector, victims don't have any hope and choice. If once a victim enters in these sectors, so she and he has to forget about the others. They just believe that this is now their only a life where they have to live. In my last interviews, I raised serious concern about new rising and thriving trends that I will say the exploitation of male child. Now the earlier the buyer were demanding about the young girls, 9-year-old, 10-year-olds. So now their trend is changing. So they are demanding about for the male child, and that male child ratio will be 9 to 10 years. They like these type of children, and it is the very organized because child didn't open their mouth after the crime. They don't reveal to their parents. So pedophile network is taking, you know, that advantage from these weaknesses, and now this syndicate is increasing and spreading across the world. Just now it is just, I can say, it is developing. They target the developing cities, and they in the developing cities they target the weakest society. You can say that street child and the runaway child, alone child. This mafia targets first those children. If they didn't get, so they target the orphanage home. As a investor, they will support the orphanage home. So orphanage home, what thinks, oh, just they rely on money. So they just think, okay, he's helping us for this, running this orphanage, but they don't know what is his intention. Why is he investing on this orphanage home? So it is easy access for that criminal to get his target from this orphanage home. I have many incidents that I can't define on it because of the time limit. Also, the new trend is spreading. I don't know about the other countries, but in India it is slowly increasing. That's called the beggars mafia. So beggars mafia, what they realize, before I am talking, just I will say about the criminals. They also analyze their operation, what difficulties they are facing and what problems they are facing for their business. So they also strategize for the business. How can they increase their business? So beggars mafia realized that if the adult beggars begs, so he gets less money. So what they did now that they are using the infant for begging. Infant always took care by a adult lady, and if you will find that infant is not moving, so you have to understand that it is injected by the drugs. So anytime if you go and check for that child, you will find him or her very sleepy. So people think so it is not crime because people are not aware that these things are going in our society. They feel they both have the blood relation. So people don't think about. But now 2-3 incidents came in the light and the case has been registered. So now slowly people are getting aware. So if they find any suspicious things, so they capture the photos and sends to the NGOs and police. So I can say it is the effect of awareness. How people got to know, because somehow someone raised his voice and some cases came in limelight. So people got to know, okay, these things also can be happen in our society. So awareness also is very important part of the work. We can reach out to the many people and we can aware them what is things are going in our society, what we can do to prevent and stop this. So I feel it is the very good opportunity to unite the people and bring the changes in our society. It is not if I am means revealing about this infant trafficking, and I'm saying that my country is affected by it, my city is affected by it, but we have to also remember that criminal don't have any boundary. They get just access, because when they realize, okay, it is the very profitable business, so they connect to their network. So if it is happening in my country and city, it can be reached very soon to whoever sitting here. I will not say that it's reached to you, but it is just a warning. It can be. Nothing is impossible in this world. Anything can happen. And I mentioned about also the how criminal networks operate to gain more benefits. The criminal networks of human trafficking is very greedy. If you go to any sector, there are some limitations, but in this sector, apart from greediness, nothing is there. They always target the soft targets because they believe to do the risk-free crime, because it's 100% benefit and low risk crime for them. So they target, soft target means what I say, you can say the crisis made by the human being. If we go the disaster, how disasters come, pandemic, how pandemics come? It's not come from the heaven. It's created by the human being somehow. You can say the example about this ongoing pandemic, COVID-19. Who created this COVID-19? How that virus came into society? Each and everyone facing, no country can say we are the virus-free country. So these targets, so now people are, because of this COVID, people are facing the finance problem. They don't have choice. I'm sorry, I don't have this to show my material here because I'm using the mobile phone. Hope very soon I will able to give the justification. During this ongoing pandemic, so many incidents happen there. Families sold their child for the money because they don't have money to buy food for them. And people are saying that the anti-human trafficking organization saying this pandemic affected human trafficking business. No, it is wrong. If we go to research, whatever that recorded, forget about the unrecorded. So much trafficking, so much violation, so much exploitation happened during this pandemic. I met a girl, sex worker, maybe 4-5 months before. So she was saying, I asked, how was your business? Because she helps me in my work. So she said, no, we were exploited day and night during pandemic because the government brought the restriction. The red light areas have been closed and police were keeping watch on those criminals that they know that they does that human trafficking and sex trafficking. But this business, you can say, increased highly during the pandemic. So I told about the last time causes also, the environment, we are saying this, many things, many speakers revealed about the crisis, and just a new thing is coming, this organ harvesting. It is means started in China. Slowly, slowly it will spread to the other countries because it's the criminal mafia. What is criminal mafia is targeting? Just benefit, money. And second thing I can say also socially, nobody bothers about the human rights. In rarely cases, if I can leave 1 and 2 cases, just everyone is on race for becoming the powerful and powerful. Just people want to become the powerful. They don't bother about the others' right. If we just observe in this 21st century, many people are facing the human right violation. They are struggling for their basic rights. So what we can say that where we are, what we are doing for our society, I request still we have time to prevent and save the planet and humanity. About always I talk. If we can't act now, then we will be very late. I'm not saying we are late, we will be very late. Today again I am appealing and pleasing to the human beings, influencers, governments, humanitarians, philanthropists, and wise people to come forward to support the mission of creative society. We can, and definitely together we can. Unite for a cause and take place to save the beautiful planet and the wonderful humanity. We can. Again, I can say, together definitely we can. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Manoj.
Спасибо, Манож. Спасибо вам от всего сердца. Это достойный
Manoj from the bottom of heart, and it's really a great example when the person is acting on a place, but he also understands globally how to solve this problem. And therefore, that's why you support this project, because you understand that there is a global solution to the problem once and perhaps many of us have a thought that, guys, just stop talk about this horse, I don't want to listen about it. Another paradox. We don't want to listen about it, but we accept that it exists. There is a question: are you human if you accept this, if you agree with this? Another question arises. Yeah, okay. How can I solve it? How can I solve this problem? It is place. Sex trafficking is a third place after weapons and drugs solving. It's problem unsolvable. No, this problem can be solved. And there is an effective solution. We will talk about it later, and I will give the word to Tatiana. And after Tatiana, we'll discuss in details why the solution is effective and how together we can take part in it. Tatiana, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Denis. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. I am contributor to the Forum Global Crisis. We are people we want to live. I join interviews with the witnesses, and thanks to communication with them, my eyes are opening more and more to what is happening in our society. Terrible things. People are suffering and undergoing tremendous stress, violence, human trafficking, slavery. It makes my hair stand on end when I listen to their stories and see their pain. It is very hard and painful to realize that this is happening in our society. From generation to generation, we have been living in this, and many people think that this was before. This is our history, but it's not true. The witness interviews are very sobering and motivate me to work towards getting these problems out into the light and getting rid of them once and for all. It's actually very simple. Just stop doing evil. After all, we
all want to live and joy in happiness. So we need to focus all of our attention on peace and goodness, love and gratitude for one another. And this understanding only became clear to me when I began to act, to study processes in society, to interview, to connect the project, to translations. Friends, it only seems like everything is so complicated, and I certainly can't do it. That sneaky voice in my head suits and doubts constantly devalue our abilities. But now, I'm more and more convinced by my own experience that we can do a lot. And most importantly, we can prevent all this, and the only what we need is come all together and build the happy, creative society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tatiana. Thank you very much, friends. We are in a very short moment briefly explain about the violence issue that will be fully and more detailed revealed on the forum. And you know, I'd like to share one thing with you. In the process of preparation, whenever whatever is difficult or heavy material we have heard or we found, it's however we live with it inside, it's emotions, it's fear, it's easy, especially if girls or mothers doing that. It's really not easy to do that. But not the fear and hopelessness that drives us, but namely the confidence that we can do it, we can stop it. And this confidence thrives and rises with each of our meetings. And a lot of one-minded people who gather together to not only to spend their time together, but gather in order to really stop this insane in our world, that we safely pass our future. And everything that is getting worse and worse in the light of climatic catastrophes and climatic crisis, it's clear for a person that stop acting, who will just be inactive, there's really not so much time left. And that's why the name of the forum is We Are People, We Want to Live, because we really need to act. Why we invite to act, first to act the whole humanity, because everyone is needed, because here we have this solution. Today, right now, there is a fight with the issue of violence, but we don't propose to fight. I'm a bit coming back. Why we are telling about fighting? In a consumerist format, fighting is a normal way to solve the problem, but it's a false way to do that, because the problem will get worse. We see it in many aspects, and if we just leave this fighting, leave this struggle, and we think about it in creative moment, in creative manner, and we build a platform where not power and selfishness will be on the top, but human life and responsibility and this responsibility actually spreads to everyone. And these alternative solutions, the more people, the more it expands more and more in the world. When everyone will really understand, and when everyone will be included in the process of building a creative society, this alternative creative relationship will push out the displace consumers problem, and these problems will be just go away. I don't know how to express it, because it's really I cannot even imagine how the normal creative society can exist, because we people will not be will not accept it. And in order to do this right now, we need to tell it to everyone. We need to, that's why we're doing this forum. That's why we organize in these conferences and this stream. And because every day, millions of people talking about it without stop. They just. The main task is that people understand that this is unique, this is brilliant, that this is not not only perspective, but the only chance. And everyone who participates, they understand. And now we are moving to the next block, the informational stage. Why it is important? I will say that if you really want to change this world, if you really want to have a normal, safe future for you and your children, and you want to live safe, the only way that you can do it right now, the only thing you can right now is to inform about creative society. And how to do that, we'll talk about it further. I will pass the word to our friends. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dennis. And yes, the only way out of all of these problems that we're seeing today is not to attempt to hotfix one or another issue separately, but to address the very root cause of all of these problems. And that is the inhumane, consumerist format of the society in which we have been living for past 6,000 years. And there is a way out. Today, for the first time in the modern society, in our history, we, the people of the world, can unite using modern technologies and demand to implement the 8 foundations of the creative society on the constitutional level in each country of the world, to end once and for all the madness in which we have been living. End all wars, crises, social injustice, and build a truly thriving society on our planet, a creative society. And to do that, first of all, we need to inform all the people about it. That is the informational stage of building of the creative society. We will hear now from our team of volunteers who dedicate their efforts to informing people around the world, because this is truly vital. Not just important, but vital for each one of us, every person in this world today, to actively join and participate in informing people. That is the best thing you can do to secure your future. And first of all, let's learn why we informing, what is going to be the stage after the informing, why we need to gather these people around, and what is the electoral request from all of the people, and how it's going to help us to move forward, to switch from the consumerist format within the laws of each country. Let's watch this next video about the electoral platform with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. The clip from the video Creative Society that you can find on Creative Society YouTube channel. Thank you.
So, this electoral platform already becomes the basis for further construction. What does it mean? This means that the electorate begins to elect for themselves those politicians who entirely and completely support the creative society, in other words, those who are going to build it, while others are not elected. And why would the electorate need others? Those who want to prolong the consumerist format and to be freeloaders. This is wrong. So, when people get into power from the perspective of the creative society through the electoral platform, there should be a certain agreement, for example, between the electorate and those very people who are granted the right to decide for people. And the first thing they should do is to adopt a law about the electoral platform, that it is entitled to revoke, to regulate, and that it represents a legislative base, and the deputies who are delegated by people are obliged to fulfill people's will, meaning what people say. That's what they will vote for. Basically, we spoke about it, God knows when, about such a possibility when establishing the creative society. We described this platform as well, but now we do it elaborately and in more detail. The second law they should immediately adopt is the incorporation of the 8 foundations into their country's constitution. And if people do not comply, as soon as they get into power, the first laws they should adopt are as follows. The first is the electoral platform. The second is the incorporation of the 8 foundations into the constitution of their country. If they fail to do that, this nation revokes its voices, meaning it organizes re-election in this country. And those whom people elected, to whom they temporarily delegated their power, just become the same people as everyone else. But it would be more correct if they answer before the nation for lying, for using this opportunity and not fulfilling what they promised. That's where it all starts. And then adoption of certain laws, decisions, and everything else begins. When the 8 foundations are already in the Constitution, the rest is a mere formality.
Добрый вечер, друзья.
Good evening, friends. I am a participant in a Creative Society project.
Идет первый этап построения.
Now, the first stage of building the Creative Society is actively underway, forming. I will share my insights and motivation. The importance of this stage cannot be underestimated. We live in a world where information is primary. Whether an idea is born or an event occurs, first of all, information reaches you, and then each of us decides whether it suits for us or not. Currently, millions of people are being taught that together we can change the consumerist format into creative one. And when each person gets this information, first of all, he or she will take the decision inside themselves. We live in a time when from each of us depends will we have a future or not. And each and single human being, everyone who has watched the conference,
When I
started to participate in the project, it was not clear for me right away how to act, but the living example is a great example. And what I want to share is what happened recently. In my country, they wanted to pass on the law that was called the express courts. I don't really follow the news, but all the bloggers I'm subscribed to, they started to, drum alarm. And how it sounded, moms and dads, if right now, if you do not show your civic position on this issue, then blame yourself. And this is how it sounded. And I started, reading what this law is about and what are the consequences for me as a civilian, what are the consequences maybe. And when I read the information, right, like 2 days ago, I read it. What happened? We were informed, we were provided the platform, like phone numbers and the accounts of the deputies, so that every person could share their opinion on this law. And in the first 24 hours, Instagram was full with the posts, and people were showing up their opinion. And it actually really showed the bright example of the position of people, their reaction. And what happened on the second day, these deputies began to respond and post their attitude to this law. And it was actually corresponding to what people shared. And for me, it was a great example of how information basically rules the world, because the information came in and people who didn't know each other, they made a decision to unite in one single goal, to stop this law. Once they got familiar with this information, and just in 2 days they basically stopped it. And right now I would like to address to all people, if right now you have came across the information about the Creative Society, just take a look at it, read about it, talk about it with your friends, colleagues, with everyone. This is very important right now. You never know how the person will react, and probably you don't even understand in a full scale the importance of every comment, every conversation, every conversation about the Creative Society, how important it is, because right now we can't change everything, and right now it is very important. Thank you so much, and I pass the floor to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasia. Greetings, everyone. It is so good to be here. As it was said before, there are 3 stages of building the Creative Society: information stage, political stage, and world referendum. Now, why are we saying that the information stage is most vital and it is most important one? Let me tell you an example. Out of my office window, I see a construction site. They have started the construction in January 2021 or something like that. They are still preparing the foundations. Preparing, not even building or creating the foundations, for over a year. And the full building is planned to be finished in next 11 months or so. So more than 50% of the time is focused on foundations. And this is exactly what the current stage of informing actually is: creating foundations. Otherwise, the project will collapse sooner than it would even start. So the information part is really important. We need to use every opportunity to spread the information about Creative Society and how it will help humanity. Since 2021, there is an ongoing project of Conference for Future of Europe. And this is organized by the EU. On January 22nd, 2022, there was a working discussion called A Citizen's Vision for Europe's Future. During the discussion, we managed to tell about the 8 foundations of the Creative Society. And thanks to this event, we have also been able to register our international forum, Global Crisis, We Are People, We Want to Live, as an upcoming event on the EU project pages. This way, even people with whom we would never meet before, and they could find out the vital information regarding climate challenges that we are actually facing and a solution, which is a creative society. Thank you very much. And I would like to pass the word to Christian, who will tell you more.
Thank you very much, dear friends, for this indeed inspiring examples. These are very motivating. And I have to make clear that the next event, organized by the volunteers of the Creative Society movement, is the International Forum, Global Crisis, We Are People, We Want to Live, which will be held on May 7th, 2022. I will tell you honestly that when I heard for the first time the name of this forum, I was a bit skeptical, like somehow not appropriate, somehow not serious, maybe silly or childish. But then just some days later, when I looked into the eyes of my daughter, she's a baby, she's 10 months old, and I think many of you here and many of our viewers also have children. Actually, everybody is a child or a parent of somebody. When I looked into the eyes of my child, I saw life. I felt this energy that she wants to live, that she puts all her energy into reaching her goal, to live. Then I understood and I remembered how truthful this is. Yes, we are people. We want to live. Look carefully into the eyes of your children, of your wives, of your family, your loved ones, and you will see exactly this wish to live. We want to live. That's why we're here. While today, because of the processes happening inside our planet leading to climate change, we're already facing the most serious threat to our lives. While we, from a macro perspective, we destroy life and we don't treat each other like humans, rather like animals, as we would actually like to be treated every day like real worthy humans. So if you really want a good life, safe, secure, in peace, with good health, a clean environment, a comfortable and affordable life, time for you and your family to really enjoy life and sustainably, not only today, but tomorrow and the day after tomorrow as well, then please join the International Forum, Global Crisis, We Are People, We Want to Live, on May 7th. Join in the preparation, in the translation of the forum, if you can, wherever you live, whichever language you speak, doesn't matter. You can help. You can join by watching the forum, simply like this, bringing your friends with you, and join by informing everyone that you know that this is happening on May 7th, that millions of people are coming together for their own benefit, but without any egoistic goal or interest, and not funded or sponsored by anyone. Just people coming together and uniting to discuss problems and find the solutions to this. Private connections, small talk, neighborhood, work colleagues, YouTube, social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, printed materials, use any single channel that you have to inform as many people as possible about this international forum, the gathering of people from all over the world, so that we see all what is really happening today and how we can build together a truthful, thriving, humane, creative society. Just step out for 1 hour or 1 day out of the vicious circle of everyday problems. And we're all of us running in circles around these everyday problems, of this format of society that we live in, based on power, profit, and consumption. And be honest to yourself. Do you want to live? And in what society do you want to live in? The first step in building the society where you and everyone will live the life that you really wish for is to inform everyone about the creative society and join it, at least by spreading this good and vital news. And there are billions of good people out there, striving to be good and do good to their fellow humans every day in their micro environment. Just look around you, your family, your friends, and be honest. Aren't there many good people around you? Trustworthy, reliable, friendly, helpful people. So if each of us has only good people around him, can't we all do better than today? So let's do better and unite in this common goal of putting human life first.
Thank you so much, Christian. And personally, I have not met a volunteer of a creative society that was depressed, negative, or unhappy. Every person I see and meet around the globe is proud to be of something bigger than they are and volunteer endless hours by choice just to make sure that we all get to live in a creative society as soon as possible. I never knew that our human family is so big, united, full of energy, love, friendship, and personal responsibility. When you understand the need for creative society format, and that is the only way out of the dead-end consumer format we have been under for 6,000 years, you do not give up. The Project Creative Society is the most urgent project of our time. We must inform the whole world today and start moving into the new format of society in less than 2 years. This is not something nice to have or something that far off in the future. This is now. This is a must for our survival because everyone deserves to live as a human with a capital H. There is not another chance or choice but to build a world that puts human life as the #1 priority, that values safety and freedoms of each person, a world that allows each person to live, a world without wars, hunger, violence, or human rights violations, a world where no one is an enemy, but everyone is a dear friend. Would you like to live in such a world? If the answer is yes, please join us to spread this life-saving information around the globe. If your neighbor doesn't know about Creative Society yet, it is on us to tell them. Answer the questions or figure out the answers together. This is a class where we all learn to communicate, learn to be human, and learn to understand that no one will build a world of our dreams for us. Only we must and should do it in the shortest time possible. Yes, we all have our daily lives, kids to take care of, jobs to go to, and of course, no time. But you are watching this broadcast today because you care. We have the technology that can be used for good, for the unification of humankind. We must inform 8 billion people today, so tomorrow we can transition into Creative Society format in the most peaceful and legal way possible around the globe, allowing everyone to survive global catastrophes, climatic events, and finally live a happy and prosperous lives. We have the biggest tasks ahead of us is to invite the whole world to attend the global planetary forum of all the humanity, global crisis. We are people, we want to live. So we can assure ourselves and our loved ones about the future we get to build and see come to fruition together as one human family. You have the spark inside of you, and you feel the honesty and honor of each speaker today. So do not let that spark inside of you fade. Your action today in spreading information about Creative Society using social media, local or national press, forums, radio, TV, billboards, blogs, all the media resources will ensure the best outcome possible for yourself, your family, and your friends. Share this live broadcast to your social media now and experience how good it feels to take action.
Thank you, Olga. It indeed feels very good, friends. I want to say friends to all of you who are watching this right now, because there are no strangers in our world, because we all know each other through less than 6 handshakes. But what's most importantly, we all want the same thing. According to our worldwide survey, people from over 180 countries expressed a desire to live in a safe society where human life is of the highest value. And today we can build this society, but only if you join us actively. Yes, you, my friend, who is watching this right now, because this is your future too. So if you're watching this broadcast, share the link on your social media. Record the video with your understandings about the society in which you would like to live in and share it online. Write an article about the society in which you would like to live and post it on your social media. Talk to your friends about the 8 foundations of the Creative Society and stages of implementing it, implementation of the electoral platform, and see how easy it is to talk to your friends about the things that really matter. Just not to be silent. Look around and just see how easily people spreading negative news or gossiping or talking about politics, and always from the negative perspective. So why don't we talk about the really important things that can change the world for the better, about the world that we can build together, where human life is of the highest value? It is your life. Don't you value it? So make a step to protect your life, a step to your own future, and join us at thecreativesociety.com. Thank you, and thank you all for being with us today. We would like to invite all of you to our forum, Global Crisis, We Are People We Want to Live, and let everyone know to make sure that the whole world joins us, and make sure that we make a right decision at this crossroads. Thank you.